right with plaques. For the max. Full bass set up shot, off bass set up shot, up bass set up.
SFDC radio. That's
The years a man a look a breakfast. Yes, they get how you them a set up shop. Down to the zilla and me there and me ill without a question. Loving a the street like a pedestrian. If you love yourself, then my suggestion. Who know fi set up shop? Notice when you see me and me crew out with some must but full up a get how you and every man a fi a make cash. Hold it steadfast, give it your best shot. Jungle set up shop, Maxfield set up shop, Ballroom set up shop, Matches Lane set up, Seaview set up shop, Southside set up shop, Beery, man and Gatton man them get together and a Villana set up shop, Hawaii set up shop, Tel Aviv set up shop, Cavern set up, Waterhouse set up shop, Trenchtown set up shop, yes a river and a study and a get skill, no boy can't broke shop, no pickpocket up at the talk shop, no juvenile up at the doctor boy can't. This is school, you top of the bus stop. Get a couple come for the tough chat. Man a juggle peanut, man a juggle Yanzi. Couple mesh marina, couple baby onesie. Man a run a taxi, even if a battery. If you want to leave it up just like you win the lottery. Who know fi set up shop, choose land set up shop, plain land set up shop, Spain man set up, slide pen set up shop, Grand Spence set up shop. Yes the shower man and power man them get together and a Villana set up shop, Rain Chill set up shop. Winchell set up shop, Red Hills Road set up, America Hillman set up shop, Stony Hill set up shop, BSN and the Villa study and I get still. Well, me woulda build me own plaza, me own abundance. So goods and commodities we have it in stack. Tough merchandise pack up in a truck back. Still I spend money from and man I sell wax. 3 set of 2 file me income tax. Big council of me bank book fat. Come off in me yard it decorate with plaques. For the max. Full bass set up shop, off bass set up shop, up bass set up shop, Sentence bass set up, Falmouth set up shop, Arindon set up shop. Yes, the boat or I just get together and I build tourist but I not set up shop. Newport set up shop, Bridgeport set up shop, Port Royal set up, Outer Airport set up shop, Rockport set up shop, and Mandingo run it like a treadmill. Woman a free a diver, man a welcome tourists to the island. Man want buy car and want drive on, man a free finance. Fire burn the violence, go never be silence. Me gal a free diamonds, man a free income, man a free interest. Money a fi pay down, man a write big checks. Man a free investments, man a free progress. Tired fi give them more and a fi a showless. West Coast set up shop, New York set up shop, Boston set up shop, Washington set up, London set up shop, Canada set up shop, and Rastafari prophecy a fulfill when Ethiopian set up shop, Somalian set up shop, Kenyan set up shop, Nigerian set up, Egyptian set up shop, Zimbabwe set up shop. What a thing humanity get together and a Villana set up shop. Oh wait, Silla.
Yeah.
SFDC, radio.com. I saw the thing set.
I don't know, I saw the thing set originally. Every time Luton Town where they want to say big up, going out to each and every one. Special greeting, special welcome to the show, www.sfdcradio.com. You don't know, say Luton Town, Bedfordshire, United Kingdom, beaming out to the world. Special greetings, how you doing out there in Radio Land, Cyber World, etc. I want to say welcome locked into the original Sir Kush Genesis. We're there with the Nubian beat, X amount of treats. Yes, you don't know, I say a pack show every time. Yes, and amongst other things we're going so X amount of the selection them. Yes, we're looking forward to also linking up with brother Nubian Jack. Now, for those who don't remember, tomorrow in the United World, tomorrow, well, where you're in the world tomorrow is what they call Remembrance Day. Have you heard of that day, Remembrance Day? Do you know what Remembrance Day is about? Some people say, yes, Remembrance Day, the 11th of the 11th, yes, you know, tomorrow. And what is Remembrance Day about? Yes, it's basically about 100 years since the First World War. Yeah, and yes, okay, alright. See a little princess in the studio says she know about Remembrance Day. Yeah, before me even elaborate, I want, you know what I mean, the princess, yes, Shaliki, Shanili, yes, once I welcome to the show. Originally, every time Shanili, I'm going to ask you a quick question because, you know, I was talking about Remembrance Day, Shanili. What do you think Remembrance Day is about?
Remembrance Day means like about the World War I and about when
the soldiers dies, and it's important to some people, so they wear poppies.
Okay, good, yes. That is thunderbolt, that is the truth. Yes, big hand for that whole man that your boss got gunshot for if you want boss shot. Yeah, the youth them I learn. It's another day for Poppy Day, yeah? Yeah, that's why I say we have to learn from the youth them. Enough big man don't know that. Yes? Alright, yeah, remember, so we're talking about Remembrance Day, 100 years since the First World War, and many people died, many soldiers died, like Neely did say, and many people don't realize that some of the soldiers then were what we call black soldiers too. Yeah, because sometimes when you look at the television, look at certain places, all they seem to show is like Caucasian or white soldiers, and sometimes you wonder, where is African people here? You know what I mean? Because, when you look at the situation, many countries, if you look at how much Commonwealth countries was involved in the First World War, you find out that it was a majority of Commonwealth countries, they have to take care of things. You see me, I say, so sometimes it's quite a sad state of affairs when you look at the television sometimes, and you look at all these mainstream areas, and when they see them showing Remembrance Day and showing acknowledgement and remembrance of soldiers, you don't see no black soldiers, you don't even see the Asian ones, them, you know what I mean? You don't see no Africans ones, so the question sometimes asks, is that got anything to do with us? You see what I'm saying? So sometimes we have to ask the question, what does Remembrance Day mean to you? Yeah, and again, you have to go know your history. You have to go ask yourself, well, I wonder if my granddad fought in the First World War. You see, youngsters have to go ask about, or maybe my great-granddad could have fought in the First World War. Because many of us, our granddad and our great-granddad, many of us have got relatives who actually fought in the First World War. And when the First World War was finished, they were still alive. They didn't even die. They actually lived through it. Yeah, so like we said, get involved. If you are one of them, yes, it's all about SFDCradio.com. Yes, log on, yes, get in tune. It's all about interactive radio. Remembrance Day, what does it mean to you? Yes, is it relevant? Tomorrow makes 100 years, yes, since the First World War. They have an unveiling of a memorial in Brixton happening tomorrow. So looking forward to linking up with Nubian Jack. Nubian Jack's going to tell us more about the unveiling of that memorial that's happening in Brixton tomorrow. Among other things, also, once we can also link up with Charles Bailey. Charles Bailey is also, as a matter of fact, Charles Bailey, his mother, she received the NBE and has done many great things to acknowledge African, Caribbean, black people, their involvement in the First World War. Yeah, and many youths and people generally need to know about that, because some people, like I said, things that's not for do it with. So once we can link up, and if you wish to be involved with the vibration, don't feel like we forget involved. Remember, says the Nubian Beach Show, so Kush, this is among other things. Also, we're going to 10 o'clock to 11 o'clock. That is the original time we link up with the original brother Mandingo. Yes, it's all about the teachings of the Right Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey for today. When we look at all the situations and all the problems we're going through, and whatever the situation, whatever the problems is, can Marcus Garvey's teachings come with some solutions for those problems? Yeah? And that's right across the board, because Marcus Garvey cover a lot of things in life, and we're still looking upon the teaching and delving into the teachings to see how it can be a part of our life today, especially organizations who are bickering amongst themselves, not too sure how to get the unity linked together, the call for unity. What does it mean, that call for unity? Yes, so again, we want to see, from the Garvey perspective, what does the call for unity mean? What does it mean when you send out the call for unity? Surely it's got to mean to do something. And if it's to do something, then it's to do what? Yes, and so we never want to look upon, these times why it's so hard for many of us to unite, to deal with unity, for the sacred purpose. Now people are dealing with it, yes, but sometimes they might only deal with it for the financial gain. Some people only get involved in the struggle for the financial gain. Yeah, so we need to be looking upon the teachings of Messiah Garvey beyond that. And somebody say, and how it's relevant today, we can deal with the liberation, yes, without thinking about, say, boys, let me get involved in the liberation because we can get some funding money and we can make some money. You see me? Yeah, so again, the teachings of Marcus Messiah Garvey, 10 o'clock with the original brother Mandingo. Yes, and we want to see what we can catch it with. I know some people was asking some questions concerning the repatriation march. I have been liaising with somebody, the officials during the week. We don't have anybody on the ear this evening. Nonetheless, some of the questions that we can touch upon, and we see where we can touch upon. Seeing. Alright, I want to see if we can later, if it's possible, link up with St. Kitts. Yeah, I want to see if we can link up with St. Kitts in the Caribbean. Yeah, I want to see if we can link up with Zimenfos. Artist by name as Zimenfos Kiddos. Twice we tried to connect up with the Memphis Kiddos. Yes, and but me saying return at St. Kitts 2 days ago now. So we're going to see if him available this evening. Maybe, about 11 o'clock or a little after Mandingo, say 11:15, 11:20, so we can link up with the Memphis Kiddos. And that's St. Kitts, yes, because I don't know, say St. Kitts lacking, so we say big up St. Kitts, say Africa lacking, the Gambia lacking, so we say, Nanga Def, yes, Jambo, yes, we say Guinea-Bissau, them lacking now, so we say Kimaki Booster, yes, Nesta Beng, yes, we say Ethiopia lacking, Jamaica lacking, the whole of the Rastafari community lacking, we say Tenai, Stilenax, the Bile Masagan, the Goose, Nagas, Gadamawi, Mombasa, Haile Selassie the First, Empress Men and our First Lady, royal greetings to each and every time. We also say royal greetings in the name of our African ancestors, because we are because they were, and because they were, we are. That's why again we have to a certain extent acknowledge Remembrance Day. Yes, we are because our grandparents and our great grandparents before us, if they didn't exist, we wouldn't exist. Yeah, so you have to look at the bigger picture at every time, that you exist because somebody before you existed, somebody before you did have to maybe make some sacrifices, you see what I say, so that you can be here today. So oftentimes we need to look at the bigger picture, yes, and give respect where respect due, and give honor where honor due. You're looking to the A1 station, Nubian beat, Kush, and this is run, tell a friend. People know so we're there. The time now, United Kingdom time is 9 minutes past the hour of 8 o'clock. Yes, I want to say welcome to the show. Make a kick off the vibration. Tighten up on the seatbelts, buckle up on the seatbelts. Remember, say something about education, information, as well as stimulation.
This is the original selector Hans from West Coast Radio in Gambia, lagging to the Nubian beats with Kush Genesis. Stay blessed massive, don't touch the dial. Righteousness time, each one teach one. Stay up, Big up to the real fans of the Nubian beat with Kush Genesis for the roots, cultural and spiritual upliftment in the world. It's I selector Hans of Legal Sounds International in Gambia. Good to go massive, bless.
Seek the relevant knowledge. Seek the truth and it will set you free. Seek the relevant knowledge. We're talking about the knowledge of black history. Black history. Black economic history. Black history. Black shouldn't be a mystery. Moving to the African center. See the oldest bones on earth. Moving to the African center. That's where life first gave birth. Moving to the African center, which gave birth to civilization. Moving to the African center. Ethiopia is the motherland. Seek the relevant knowledge. Seek the truth and it will set you free. Seek the relevant knowledge. We're talking about the knowledge of black history. Seek the relevant knowledge. Seek the truth and it will set you free. Seek the relevant knowledge. We're talking about the knowledge of black history. Black history. Black economic history. Black history. Black shouldn't be a mystery. Moving to the African center. Take a good look at black history. Moving to the African center. See how we come through kings and queens. Moving to the African center. See the high philosophy. Moving to the African center. Get tuned with your reality. See the relevant knowledge.
SFDC Radio.
See the truth and it will set you free. See the relevant knowledge. We're talking about the knowledge of black
So you slice it for your slice representing for SilverFoxDanceClub.com. SFDC Radio. Watch it now. So here what? Light it up, blaze it, promote it. Answer.
Black history.
Special announcement society SFDC Radio UK locking on the vibes.
Step into the African center. See scientific evidence. Step into the African center. Check out Egypt, ancient Kemet. Step into the African center. Let's study the Medu Netta. Step into the African center. Take a look at the whole of the picture. See the relevant knowledge. See the truth and it will set you free. See the relevant knowledge. We're talking about the knowledge of black history. See the relevant knowledge. See the truth and it will set you free. See the relevant knowledge. We're talking about the knowledge of black history. Black history. Black economic history. Black history. Black.
don't want no more war. Come in peace. We don't want no more war. Come with love. We don't want no more war. Unity. We don't want no more war. Too much youths are dying. We don't want no more war. Run a fire. We don't want no more war. Come and explore. We don't want no more war. We don't want no more war. Can't take it no more. Weapons makers, the money making thing, political thing. Weapons makers, the money making thing, political thing. War. This war game, no one seems to be the winner. This war game, no one seems to be the winner. Both sides end up in a body box. Both sides end up in a body box. War, funeral, ballet, funeral, ballet, crying, 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 crying. Here comes the gun salute. Then they deliver the flag. Here comes the gun salute. When they deliver the flag. War. They always recruit young men to fight war.
Fans of the Nubian beat with Kush Genesis for the roots cultural and spiritual upliftment in the world. It's I Selector Hans of Legal Sounds International in Gambia. Good to go, Marcy. Bless.
When them stay so far. Weapon makers, is a money making thing, political thing. Weapons makers, is a money making thing, political thing. War. War.
Track taken, original burning spear.
We don't want no war. War.
Track title, come in peace, come in love.
We don't
want no war.
War. We don't want no more war. War.
Original Winston Rodney, another living legend. Talking about living legends from the Wednesday show. We also got special tributes going out to the living elders. Watch out for more on that. Meanwhile, they're locked into the year one, www.sfdcradio.com. Luton Town, we're there. Beaming out to the world.
Son, who is that knocking out there? So African postman, that African postman. Telegram say sons and daughters of His Imperial Majesty, Haile Selassie, Earth rightful ruler, without many apologies, say African folk.
My name is Johanna Genesis. Welcome to the show.
And it's central. Let's go African folk. So I as African. Let's stand keep this postman. Guide you and speak with this postman. Provide land. African postman. This African postman a high and high and high and high and high and high, brother. African brother. You a brother. He's a brother. African postman. African postman, African postman, who bring iron telegram. Say that sons and daughters of this imperial man.
Track title African Postman with Daya. Bringing you the news and the message. Members are later on Right Honorable Brother Mandingo. Teachings of Marco Messiah Garvey from 10 p.m. United Kingdom time. Also Remembrance Day is tomorrow, the 11th of November 2014, 100 years since the First World War. Does that mean anything to you? Is that date of significance at all? Let us know. Locally, you can call us on 07434-603-589. SFDCradio.com. We're coming at you live.
I am an African Jamaican, just spending some time in foreign land. Jamaica, just spending some time in foreign land.
Track title African Jamaican.
Turn to my home, I saw this big sign say, nothing to declare. When I returned to my home, I saw this big sign say, nothing to declare. Walked over to the woman, she said, sir, go down there. Miss, I got nothing to declare.
Once a special greetings, special welcome for those locked down, those tuned in, Wagwan. In the chat room, special greetings, welcome to the show. Warm up things, roots and culture.
Nothing to declare.
Collecting via K-Bit. Welcome aboard.
So I
big it up to the massive in the Southlands of World Tide. All item in the Gambia.
Nothing to declare.
Gambia supposed to lucky we say World Tide, the original Power Bojang and the Massives.
So I went down there.
Looking to be doing a link up with also Gambia hopefully this week.
I got nothing to
today or Wednesday, if not next week, we're gonna see what can go on. World Tide.
I am an African Jamaican.
Winston Rodney.
Spending some time in foreign land.
Original track title African Jamaican.
I am an African Jamaican, just spending some time in foreign land. Them check I in, them check I out. No ammunition, no appliance, nothing to declare. Them check I in, them check I out. No ammunition, no appliance, nothing to declare.
Special greetings going out to the Rastafari Millennium Council. We say World Tide, Honorable Prophet Greg. World Tide the Elder Rastlans. World Tide the Honorable Prophet Jabi.
If I did the wrong,
Right Honorable greetings also going out to the Right Honorable Bonnie Whaler. World Tide. Empresses M6 Maxine.
People come and people go. Carry what they want to carry.
And they say we're there, platform there for link up with all the houses.
People come and people go.
It's all about education, information, stimulation.
Carry what they want to carry.
People can emancipate themselves from mental slavery.
Them do what to say. Them do what them want to do.
Honorable Burning Spear, Winston Rodney.
Them say what them want to say.
Walter Lucifer, I'm Dunsipple Fall Hill.
African, Jamaican.
Berry Park, Gun Castle.
In foreign land. I am an African Jamaican, just spending some time in foreign land. So I went back home, saw this big sign saying, nothing to declare. I walked over to this woman, she said, sir, go down there, this I got nothing to declare. So I went down here, all these men were here, sir, I got nothing to declare. I am an African Jamaican, just spending some time in foreign land.
African Jamaican, just spending some time in the diaspora Babylon. Watch it.
My Highland don't sell out. Sell out, please don't sell out. My Highland don't sell out. Remember your teachers them now. Remember your nurses them now. Remember your doctors them now. My Highland don't sell out. No, 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 no. My Highland don't sell out. Please don't sell out. Remember your farmers them now. Remember your workers them now. Remember your neighbors them now.
My name is Johanna Genesis. Welcome to the show.
Don't sell out. Please don't sell out. My Highland don't sell out. Remember your people them now. Remember the masses. I'm a soldier of His Majesty. So therefore I can see. My Highland don't sell out. Please don't sell out. My Highland don't sell out. Oh, no, 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 no. My Highland don't sell out. Silverland. Remember your native them now. Remember your Afro slave yard. Remember your Afro slave yard. My Highland don't sell out. My Highland don't sell out. No, 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 no. My Highland don't sell out. Please don't sell out. My Highland don't sell out.
Burning Spear.
Remember our future. future.
It's all about the roots and the culture.
Remember how a few
Remembrance Day tomorrow. Do you have a comment? Do feel free to have your say.
our Highland future.
0743 603 589. What does Remembrance Day mean to you?
Don't sell out.
As we move from the original elder, living legend Burning Spear, touch up some more of the revival selections.
My Highland don't sell out.
www.sfdcradio.com. We're coming at you live. Luton Town, Bedfordshire, United Kingdom, beaming out to the world. Welcome to the show.
No. Don't sell out, please.
Yeah, Honorable Burning Spear, my island, down slow. We give thanks and praise every time. Remember, for the hour of 10 o'clock United Kingdom time, we're looking forward again. Originally, Monday link up with the original brother Mandingo. Yes, the original Garvey Ikes. Yes, and you don't know, it's always a historical moment when you know, say, brother Mandingo there. Yes, and remember, say, if you wish to comment on also the Remembrance Day tomorrow, yes, which is happening tomorrow, there's also unveiling of a memorial to honor the Africans who died in that honorable battlefield. And again, we'll see if we can link up with Nubian Jack later on and talk about that and find out what's going on, what time does that start, what time does that kick off and everything, and the significance of that. Yeah, so we say hold tight originally every time. Remember, also want to see if I can link up later on with St. Kitts. I want to see if I can link up with the Memphis Kiddos. Yes, back on the island and long time we're trying to link up with the Memphis Kiddos. Meanwhile, we're going to go and run some more selection for next half hour before we take up, yes, some comments upon Remembrance Day. Another artist from a longer time, yes, many people don't even know about this artist. Them artists are veteran artists in the business from since all the late 60s, 70s, yes, and many of them selection. And it makes you know, because not too long ago we were talking about the reggae music and the reggae veterans, especially in Jamaica, and some people, when you actually catch up and you see the lifestyle some of the man them live and some of the sufferation the man them go through, yeah, it's become a sad state of affairs, and some of the elders them you don't even know as to them whereabouts, yes. And oftentimes I used to even still wonder about this artist and whereabouts. Artist by the name of Panko Alfonso. Step in. Original veteran in the business, catch them style. It's all about the message, taking the message.
Oh no, just said you never get to sign that way, no my brethren. Oh no, just said you never get to sign that way, no my brethren. You beat up your brother and you clap up your sisters. You do all you wrong something, yeah. Jah is watching you and he watch you what you do. He hears you what you say and he never will forget. So oh no, just said you never get to sign that way, no my brethren. Oh no, just said you never get to sign that way. I said you live off the sufferer's blood, oh yeah. You never want to work and you never want to pay. You never want to do no good, yeah my brother. Oh no, SFDC Radio.com. Just said you never get to sign that way, no my brethren. Oh no,
it's a slice for your slice representing for SilverFoxDanceClub.com. SFDC Radio. Watch it now. Say here, light it up, blaze it, promote it.
You know we arrive with a special and Doug's ranks. I say, oh you mean SFDC Radio UK locking down the voice.
SFDC Radio.com. Hey, them for know what time is it tonight. Save me there in the Caribbean. I feel listen outside of the Caribbean. Me still I feel listen the radio station there. SFDC. I saw the thing set.
Just said you never get to sign that way, no my brethren. Oh no, just said you never get to sign that way, yo, whoa. Life is rough and life is short. My brethren, don't you ever try to hurt no one. Jah is watching you and he watch you what you do. He promise you what you say, and he never will forget. So, oh no, just said you never get to Zion. No, my brother, oh no, just said you never get to Zion. Oh no, oh never get to Zion. So you never get to Zion. So you never get to Zion. You never get to Zion.
Panko Alfonso.
Zion. You never get.
He says you'll never get to Zion that way.
Zion. Oh no. You never get to Zion, so you never get to Zion. You never get to Zion.
Veteran of the business from morning. What happened to them LA nowadays? You don't even know. Some music used to compose. Some music used to get arrangement. Some music gets structured. Alpha, Panko Alfonso, should I say? Yeah, one I'm veteran in the business long time, but we don't hear about again. I wonder why. We've got to do some deep research. I still can't find much pan him. Yes, Panko Alfonso. But I can take one more track off for this album.
There's one who she's all my brethren. There's one who she's all you say. Say do no wrong, my brethren, please. Say do no wrong, my brethren, Lord. Say do no wrong, my brethren, Lord. Say do no wrong, my brethren, Lord. He knows the things you think, my brethren. He watches you where you go, I know. He knows the things you intend to do. He knows the things you intend to do. So do no wrong, my brethren, Lord. So do no wrong, my brethren, cause there's one who watches all you, Lord. There's one who watches all you, Lord. Whoa, there's one who watches all you, yeah. There's one who watches all you, whoa. He knows the bad, he knows the good. He will never forgive the wicked of this land. There's one who watches all you, Lord. There's one who watches all you, yo. So do no wrong, I beg you all. Creation was meant for the good and the pure. Jah put us on this earth to multiply, I say. So do the good, I say. And don't you ever do no wrong, please my brethren, I pray. So do no wrong, my brethren, Lord. So do no wrong, my brethren, whoa. There's one who watches all you, Lord. There is one, whoa, yeah. Jah. The tables are turning, Jah. Oh, Jah. The people are learning. The wicked do not know. The meek shall inherit the earth. The wicked do not know. If you love, you don't destroy, Jah. Oh, Jah. If that is their kingdom, Jah. Oh, Jah. I know I'm not welcome. The wicked do not know. Who is the Father? The wicked do not know. He despises his brother, Jah. Oh, Jah. The tables are turning, Jah. Oh, Jah. The people are learning. Jah. Oh, Jah. If that is their kingdom, wicked do not know. In the spice that is rapture, oh Jah, the tables are turning, Jah, oh Jah, the people are learning, the wicked do not know. The meek shall inherit the earth, the wicked do not know. If you love, you don't destroy, Jah, oh Jah. If that is the kingdom, Jah, oh Jah. I know I'm not welcome, Jah, oh Jah. In the lion. Make a joyful noise unto Jah. Shout it out. Make a joyful noise unto Jah. Oh Jah. Jah who created us and not yourselves. Jah who made us in His own image. So come on, give thanks. Oh, for Jah mighty works. Give thanks and praise unto Jah. Children of Israel, give thanks and praise unto Jah. Oh, Jah. Jah the creator for the rich and the poor. Jah even created the birds and the bees. Jah let the rain fall. Jah let the sun shine. And all He asks in return is to give praise. So come on, give thanks and praise unto Jah. Children of Israel, give thanks and praise unto Jah. Oh Jah. Jah must be praised. Yes, Jah must be praised. Jah mighty. Come on and give praise. Jah must be praised. Rather all up your head.
Play by the A1, SFDCRadio.com.
All up your head, sister. Don't be shy, don't be shy, don't be shy, beg you. Jah must be praised. Jah has to be praised.
Special greeting, special welcome to the show. If there's lockdown, just tuned in. Nice and easy and steady. We do it. Luton Town, Bedfordshire, United Kingdom. It's going out to the world. 10 p.m. we kick off with the Honorable Brother Mandingo. Give thanks and praises, Princess Shanili. Look at Princess, just go shop and share a sweetie with me. That's very nice. Meanwhile, right after this tune, I want to go to some feminine selection, female selection before we link up with Nubian Jack. Remember, today is tomorrow, 100 years since the World War. Does that mean anything to you? Is that day of any significance to you? SFDCRadio.com. Yes, let us know. Yes, you can also email us. Yes, on SFDCRadio.com. Yes, also Kush Genesis at hotmail.com. Yes, like we said, 07 434 603 589. That's 0743 603-589. Yes, let us know what is your sentiments. You know, if somebody mentioned Remembrance Day, does that have any significance to you? Yes, what do you say? All right, Sister Desiree, she has something she would like to say. You know, sometimes the females also have a balance and the vibration. We have a concept called duality, so we always endeavor to play the sisters in a roots and cultural style. Yes, because oftentimes that is the message that's not often getting out there. We hear about the love you message and the I love you baby and the wine up baby, etc. We hear about enough of that from the sisters. Sometimes we want to hear some of the spiritual and some of the cultural messages from the sisters. Sister Desiree, step in. Oh, I'm gonna have to pull up that one, and that one is starting to jump. One of my favorite tracks. Don't do that to me. Alright, I want to say a special greeting to Locked Into the Year One station. Sister Desiree, I think she resides in Canada. This album is one of my favorite albums. And the thing about it, the album is titled Gracious Mama Africa, and the album was actually produced 2003. We're in 2014 now. So how long has the album been produced? 11 years. This album's been at 11 years, and there are a lot of people who's only hearing it just now. Sister Desiree, what you gotta say?
Forward moving, not born to be losing. I got to be playing exalt yourself. Forward moving, not born to be losing. I got to be failing exalt yourself. Cast down your burdens and stop all the worrying. Joy cometh in the morning. Still strengthen yourself, it is coming. Renew and grow. Fresh is there that Jah allow. Can't afford to turn aside from good right now. So live honest and awful best way you know how. 'Cause forward moving, not born to be losing. I got to be failing exalt yourself. Forward moving, not born to be losing. I got to be failing exalt yourself. Stop living your life so foolishly. Engage with excess of vanity. Jah give us dominion to live uprightly. And fear Jah, that is human's duty. Eat, drink and be merry, but accept this reality. There's a darkness that makes the soul weary. Still live with goodness and not contrary. Forward moving, not born to be losing. I got to be failing exalt.
Sister by the name is Desiree. This part of the program play female selection.
To be losing.
Got
to be failing exalt.
www.sfdcradio.com. We're coming at you live.
What's all the right things you do? So there's nowhere that you can lose. Do not let the demon deceive you. We're the offspring of gods and goddesses too. Know yourself and history.
Remember we want big up Lee Grave. We say hold tight Lee Grave, massive. Aquil Ring, Wagwan, Lucy Farm, Marsh Farm, Sundon Park. Hold tight now. Outen Regis where me a big dance I go on Outen Regis with Winston Reed, etc. Hold tight Outen Regis massive. Don't trouble what's going on down there, so. Fall Ill Passes, Stop Slick on Castleberry Park on the coolness,
to be failing exalt.
Originally member say
yourself.
10 o'clock, Garvey Ike, Right Honorable Brother Mandingo.
Who sing I got to be failing exalt.
Me Meanwhile, we play some female selection. Yes, take it from our sister by the name of Desiree. Yes, beautiful vibration, nice composition. Make I take one more for the sister before we just step up things in original. SFDCradio.com coming to remember, say, Wednesday, I think next week, Wednesday is the 19th, we do a special tribute to our elders. You know, sometimes it's very important to show respect to your elders. Not even sometimes, but all the time. I'm not talking about necessarily as seniors. Remember, there's a difference between being a senior and being an elder. Yeah? Being a senior and being an elder is two different things. Yeah, and many people think they're the same thing. Yeah, and we want the youth them to understand the difference. Yes? Somebody who's a senior is somebody who's older than you. Somebody who's an elder who's somebody who's not just only older than you, but they can tell you about life and life experience. They can show you how to conduct yourself. They can show you the code of conduct that you need to apply in life that will take you even into eternity. That's what an elder can do. Seniors, them is on the whole line. So, one you to understand, so respect your elders, them who have the liberty, who have the example, who have good behavior, good character, good manners, know to talk to people, and set a good example to the youth, them. Yes. So, we have a show every Wednesday where we play a tribute to the elders. Yeah, not the ones who have passed away, you know, and died, but the ones who are still alive. It's very important you acknowledge them while they're still alive. People like to acknowledge people when they died and passed on, and everybody's going to the funeral and say, hey, nice to meet you. Long time I haven't met you. Everybody's meeting their friends now at funerals. What's going on? What happened to the weddings? Where's all the weddings gone? How come we're not seeing a wedding? How come nobody's not getting married again? I wonder what the younger generation think about marriages nowadays. And sometimes they base it upon the examples they see before them. We want to see more marriages. We want to see some naming ceremonies and some of the children them getting blessed. There's something I say. We don't only want to see funerals and everybody going to funerals and meeting at funerals, and man say, boy, it's a long time I haven't seen you. Yeah, I know what a circumstances to be seeing you at a funeral, you know. So we want to see better things going on. So on the Wednesday show, we do play tribute to living legends. On Wednesday the 19th, we've got a living legend tribute, as we do to our music veterans in the business. And we also have a tribute to the elders them. Yeah, and the 19th, which is a Wednesday, we're going to have Mr. Lawrence Palmer. A tribute going out to Mr. Lawrence Palmer. A recognition tribute going out to Mr. Lawrence Palmer. An elder, yes, from Luton, 3 counties, originally born in Jamaica, and we're going to catch up on the full history of who Mr. Lawrence Palmer is, from the founder and director of the Gemini Sound, youth worker, head of youth services, entrepreneur, yes, also managing the Maya Asia, lot to the brethren, long time him about, yes, them kind of youth work, when we know youth work, them man and up on the streets all kind of nights, checking out our communities. It's very rare now you see some of these so-called leaders, them, you know, on the streets at night time, checking out the safety of our communities. People like Lawrence Palm used to do them something, never free for them on the street all kind of night time, making sure the youth them cool. I was one of them youth that used to dip on, we used to homeless at some time, dip on the street at 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, all kind of night time. And this man, them like them man, they would dip on the street, make sure say me cool, make sure me alright, see a penny here, so come and stay at my place for one night. You see, so, well, if we catch up with Mr. Lawrence Palmer, Wednesday, tribute to a elder. You see me, I say, what we call a living elder. Yeah, so we give acknowledgement why the man them still there. We don't wait for them to pass on. Yeah, so watch out for that one there originally every time. As we continue, take one more track. Sister Desiree, she's got something she wants to say. Listen.
Prophet show how to weed and your social number and no security. You just wanna keep your nasty eyes on we. Peeping Tom, keep your nasty eyes on we. Uncle Tom, keep your nasty eyes on we. You're gone down, you're gone down. Babylon funeral, you're gone down, you're gone down. Silent ambush, you sweet, trick card numbers and the barcode beats, spreading
Track title Gone Down, Babylon Funeral Gone Down.
Fake election presidents, House of Diva parliaments. I go off with power and kill out them.
Yeah, man, the Martinez Speckers, they not tell about it and represent it for Sir Kush Genesis, you know the biz. Real general musical wisdom, and not tell about it, the Nubian Beat Show. Just the right flow on SFDCradio.com. They not tell about it, man. Ding 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 dang ding dang ding. And the Martinez Speckers, they never come out to the bunch, man.
Do what you want, wheresoever you please. And in VX, express your bomb in the sea.
It's a special greetings, alright, let's go to my Empress, the world type baby love every time.
Against the nonsense.
World type also, special greetings also go to Empress Marley. Creation Family International. World type Ross Creation.
You're gone down. Make them rules and the policies. That's who try to make a puppet show out to we. And your social number and no security. You just wanna keep your nasty eyes on we. Keeping Tom, keep your nasty eyes on we. Uncle Tom, keep your nasty eyes on we. Gone down. You're gone down. Babylon funeral, you're gone down. You're gone down. Fake election presidents, House of Diva parliaments. I go off with power and kill out themselves. Judah will be restored. Daughters of Zion nor when not.
Oh, slight jumpy there, so what's going on there, so?
You're gone down.
You're gone down, Babylon, you're gone down. Yes, Sister Desiree, Thunderbolt album, like we say, watch out for more them sisters there. Sisters them have come with some word, sound, and power. The album, Gracious Mama Africa. Yes, 2003 production, that's like I said, 11 years ago now, them album they are going with some tough things. I just remember saying, it's all about the word, sound, the post, all about the message, the inspiration, yes, from the artist them. Yeah, musically, it's always been about the message. Yes, because you don't know, people without the past knowledge of the history, like Marcus Garvey says, a tree without roots. And the crucial thing about the message and about history is that history is a people's only guide, yes, to knowing themselves. And if you take away history, what you do is you take away a people's only guide to knowing themselves. Then there's no wonder, yes, they're lost. Yes, and we must all learn from the past, so as not basically to repeat the things that has basically kept us back as a people for the last over 500 years. Yes, and in these times, like any times, it's more important than ever that to know the significance of having principles in your life to govern your behavior and a code of conduct. Yes, because if you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything. Have principles in your life. As ancient African people, as ancient Kushite people, our highest moral principle was the principles of Ma'at. Yeah, learn about the principles of Ma'at. Ma'at represented truth, justice, reciprocity, right order, harmony, right action, right words, etc. You see me I say? And this order arose when the laws of Ma'at basically were violated. So the whole objective was always to strive for Ma'at. To practice Ma'at, you must think the truth, speak the truth, act just, act right. You see me I say? Right thoughts, right actions. You see me I say? The laws of Ma'at. Yes, the highest principles I and as Africans used to obtain to. Yes, because life teaches us that our problems contains the seeds of opportunity, and every opportunity allows our ones to take the problem and that moment and transform it into a greater situation or benefit. You see me I say? So life is for learning and learning is for life. It's all about education, like we say, wisdom and inspiration, yes? And we use reggae music to spread that the message universally. Yes, because you don't know, say reggae lock down the world from morning. Empress Ayola, where I say she said reggae music locked down the world, taking off her brand new album. Album titled Straight to the Point. One you for having on your archive, Catch them style. Special greeting if it is locked on your first time listener. Welcome to the show.
Reggae full of love, what a great music. Little J, yes, created. Around the world, people are use it to unite all nations. We prove it to spread love. Use reggae music as all food, so I have to salute it. This your music like the world. It's a reggae ambush, reggae like the world. It's a reggae ambush, reggae like the world. What a vibes we are push, reggae like the Play some reggae music, under stress or feeling sick. It picks you up, it's a royal tonic. To reggae music, you fist stick. Yeah, me love the vibes, it has a great purpose. All over, people take it up. How many tell I, yeah, it's hard and tough. But who want positive vibes, so keep it conscious. It lock the world. It's a reggae ambush, reggae lock the world. I want the vibes we are push, reggae lock the world. So many hearts reggae touch, reggae lock the world. I know it has a great purpose, yeah.
Sister by the name Empress Iola. She says reggae lock down the world. You may agree, you may disagree.
Bring about the oneness.
Oh yeah. Let's see if we can link up with Nubian Jack. Hold tight. Feminine selection, voice of the woman.
Real vibes we are push, so we no one in a coast. Real vibes we are push. Turn it up, selectors, it's a reggae ambush. Real vibes we are push. It bring about peace and many hearts reggae touch. Real vibes we are push. I saw me know the reggae music full of all of it lock the world. It's a reggae ambush, reggae lock the world. I want the vibes we are push, reggae lock the world. So many hearts reggae touch, reggae lock the world. I know it have a great purpose. Whoa, sweet reggae music, it lock the world. Yes, it bring about a oneness, it lock the world. Oh, we have to clear the rivers of Babylon, it's a mess, it lock the world. Whoa, sweet reggae music, full of love, yeah. Reggae music,
Queen Jessica Zevulana. She says, have faith.
We're not running out of time. No. We must learn to read the same. Compassion, truth and love. Flowing up above.
Trial and crosses may be here to test you. Just have faith. Queen Jessica Zevulana. Voice of the sisters. Word, sound, and power.
Just remember, it's Mother Earth we are tread on. Life is to live with happiness and fun, yet you are gone with your atomic bomb which bring radiation. Pick up the Bible, Lord, a meditation. That's the only way for a better nation. Life is to live with happiness and fun, yet you are gone with your atomic bomb. The whole of them feet get swipe up, cause them a move too hype up. It's like the leaders of it, see we blood wipe up. When we life them a tag and price up. Now if we rise up, you wanna be sorry for the whole heap of life where you take blood, fire, up a lava and a earthquake for you. Try destroy what you never did create. The mess with that earth, you make a big mistake. Watch ya, full up of fear, then you must be lacking faith. Watch ya, have no love, then you must be full up of hate. Iniquity workers can't go through the gates of all the Mount Zion. The city so great, beautiful for situation, so you can't underrate. Well, King Selassie, come fi set things straight. Me on a mission for the king, can't be late. Babylon get hot like bait. Well, me beg you, put down your nukes and your weapons.
What's up, Big Talk? Just remember the SFDC family, we say all tight, LPOJ, etc.
And fun, but you
Sister Tenza. I wanna know the sister so far on the program, not sure.
Pick up the Bible and hold a meditation. That's the only way for a better nation. Life is to live with happiness and fun, but them are going with them atomic bomb. Watch them. Warlord.
5 minutes past the hour of 9 o'clock United Kingdom time.
And from since them a build nuclear weapon, it's like them never learn or even overstand that the end is their destruction. See now what happened in Afghanistan is because of Warlord Bin Laden and the World Trade Center and Pentagon is because of Warlord Bush and Clinton. And look on Iraq and them brother Iran. Them two did the war from us so long. Not for tribal wars in the African land. Cease the racial wars and discrimination. Religious wars, practice the preacher man. Cause too much misleading that one on the land. Me remember Hiroshima, them drop a big one. Ethiopia, Mussolini drop the mustard bomb.
And you know, tomorrow, the 11th of November, 2014, 100 years since the World War I.
Well, me beg you, put down
Did you know that?
your weapon. Just remember
Your business about that?
we are tread pan. Life is to
Does that have any significance to you?
and yet you are one with your atomic bomb with
You're not too sure.
education. Pick up the Bible.
I want to catch up with Nubian Jack Foundation.
It's the only way.
They're doing an unveiling tomorrow.
Life is to live with
Unveiling a memorial
fun.
in honor of all the Africans who
See them there.
African people who honorably sacrificed, who were sacrificed on the battlefield.
Cause them a move too hype up. It's like
Enough youths who never realize enough black people involved in that. Many countries and nations from Commonwealth.
open your eyes up. We tired and we fed up on the rapper pum pum. Can't take no more of the boom bum.
Go on, catch up with Nubian Jack. Find out what's going on in Brixton tomorrow. So that you have the information, the education. If you feel like going down there for some stimulation, the choice is yours. Meanwhile, we take a few more tracks off of the sisters them.
Mama Earth, you make a dedication. Show some love and appreciation.
That was Queen Amiga. Track title, Me Beg You, she said. Alright, we're now in Bedfordshire area, Hertfordshire area as a matter of fact. Lioness Font, she resides in High Wycombe. Brand new album title Calling Me Home. Step in, Lioness Fonts.
She calling me home, calling me home, calling me home, calling me home. To rally round the rainbow, circle drum drum. To rally round the circle drum drum. The lion in a Zion, calling lion. The lion in a Zion, calling lion. Man, woman, and child. Recognize the times that we're living in. Every day I sight with eyes, disguises they're throwing in, but that won't make I reflect on their negativity. So Father, I will neglect. So I hold a firm meditation until I reach golden lion. The lion in a Zion, golden lion. Walking lover streets, I fear no flea, warrior there with me. Shaka never sleep. Kunta Messiah, them there you see. High texture will always be the highest. I have a place, it's set up in a palace. Somewhere they could never possess. The brother address, I hear the drum and the song of the Rasta man calling me home.
Lioness Funds, title track of her album, Calling Me Home. We're going to take one more track off the feminine selection. Right after the track, we're coming with Nubian Jack. You were talking about the Remembrance Day happening tomorrow. There's an unveiling of a memorial. There's an unveiling of a memorial in honor of all African people who honorably sacrificed their life on the battlefield. Yes, whether you agree with it or not, we want to catch up with that. Coming, we're in Luton. As a matter of fact, she used to reside in Houghton Regis as Scarlet Selassie.
Stronger, ever faithful and true. Your love is going higher, to the pinnacle. Your love is getting stronger, it will never fade. God, your love is getting stronger, yeah. Yes, I'm a Rasta Empress, did you know? Rasta from the tip of my locks to my toe. So last year my praise ever faithful and sure. It's only Jah who can open the door. Give thanks and praises to Jah every day, cause he's the only one who can show me the way to a better life, to a brighter day. I see the Jah me a pray. Your love is getting stronger, ever faithful and true. Your love is going higher, to the pinnacle. Your love is getting stronger, it will never fade. Cause your love is getting stronger, yeah. Out to your people, you got to know right from wrong. You have to teach you to grow strong like lion. Me tell you, don't you have no fear. All you got to do is live up and your love will be there. You will never forget. Ever since the day we met, your love will always protect me. Yes, you will never forget. Ever since the day we met, your love will protect me. Your love is getting stronger.
Your love is getting stronger. So says Scarlet Selassie.
Your love is going higher, to the pinnacle. Your love is getting stronger, it will never fade.
Once you can connect up with Nubian Jack.
Getting stronger, yeah.
13 minutes past the hour of 9 o'clock in the Kingdom time. I want to say special greetings. If you just logged on, if you just tuned in the chat room, honorable greetings. Silent listeners, blessed love.
Salvation, do you hear what I say? This is a spiritual battle. Anything can happen, Jah will always prevail. Evil can't taste no man.
10 o'clock in the Kingdom time, Brother Mandingo. Live on the line. Any sentiments, any questions? So remember, say you can also call us on 0743603589. Communicate with us via the Skype, sfdcradio.com.
Your love is getting stronger.
What about questions? More on top of plenty. I don't know if I'm going to get through all the questions that we have lined up. It missed out last week, Monday. One thing I lap over the other, so we're going to endeavor.
Your love is getting stronger. It will never fade.
Also, we're going to endeavor to see if we can link up with Sen Kiss, see if we can catch up with Zimen for Skiddos via the Skype mechanism. We're going to say, well, go on.
Your love is getting stronger. Ever faithful.
Meanwhile,
your love is
sisters have said your love is getting stronger. It's a good thing, that surely.
To the pinnacle. Your love is getting stronger. It will never fade. Stronger, getting stronger, yeah.
Remember the Wednesday show. Tribute to the living legends, tribute to the elders. Yeah, your love is getting stronger. What do you say? You agree or you even may disagree? Ascala Selassie taking up an album. The album is titled Put Jah First. Nice track that's Ascala Selassie. Looking forward to catch up with them princess, them empress in the near future. Yes, find out what's going on with their careers originally every time. Now we're going to see if we can link up as we're moving on the program. We're going to see if we can link up with Nubian Jack. It's all about tomorrow, the 11th of November. Yes, which is Remembrance Day. That day is of significance to some people, that day is of significance not necessarily to everybody. Everybody have a different day that is of significance to them, particular. You know, we're just sharing this particular day and finding out whether it's of significance to you. If you want to get involved, do get involved. Yes. A member says SFDCradio.com. You can also catch us on Skype via the Skype, SFDCradio.com. Yes, me 07434603589. Yes, SFDCradio.com. Yes, we're beaming out through the world. Special greetings to the Gambia. Special greetings Africa. Special greetings Jamaica, Canada. Yes, all over the world. Yes, you're locked into the Nubian beat. Yes, my name is originally the Sir Kush Genesis. Yes, we're there every Monday and Wednesday between the hours 8 p.m. till 90 Kingdom time. So stay lucky, spread the word, make the people know so we're there. Yes, and right now we're going to see if we can link up, see if we have on the line the original Nubian Jack. I want to say special greetings. Welcome to www.sfdcradio.com. Nubian Jack, do we have you live on the line?
You have. Enough respect to all of the man there and sister in there down in Arabia land, all around the world. Big up.
Yes, man. We love that, and I love the way you say all the man and all the sisters there. But at the same time, you see, I say we have a little child in the studio, so I want you to big up the youth them too.
Oh yeah, man. But they're the next generation, so special greetings to the next generation, to the youth them.
Yeah, man. Give thanks, yes, because I appreciate Shanili. She represent the youth them tomorrow's people, so we have the youth them live. I participate in the program and I listening to the program because, as a matter of fact, you know, Nubian Jack, yeah.
Yes, sir.
When I put out the question. In reference to Remembrance Day tomorrow. The first response, because I wanted to find out if anybody knew what tomorrow was, what Remembrance Day was about, etc. Yes? And the first person to come live on air and explain was a child.
Well, there you go.
You see me, I say, brethren?
What was hidden from the wise and prudent will be revealed to the babes and sucklings.
Trust me, brethren. So when we have big up the man them and the woman them first, I'm going to come last. I'm going to big up the youth them first. You see me, I say, King, and them I lead the way. You see me, I say, because the innocency, you see me, I say, the innocency, you see me, I say, and, you know, for them innocency transcends all the negative barriers that we people all the foolishness that enough big people hold on to. Them youth, them not see that. You see me, I say, King?
For real, for real.
Honorable. Give thanks. I want to say blessed welcome. Give thanks for joining us on the Nubian Beat. www.sfdcradio.com. It's a Gambia locking, St. Kitts locking, the whole of the world locking. Yes, it's an honorable. If you're a first time listener, folks, we say welcome to the program. We have Nubian Jack. And I want briefly before we're going to some of the unveil of the memorial that's happening at Brixton, I want to find in a nutshell who is Nubian Jack and the foundation.
Thank you, my brother. So, Nubian Jack is a company. It's not a person.
Okay.
Which is much greater than its creator.
Okay, well, firstly, let me stick up in there, sir. Let me just first know, what is your name, please, my brother?
Yes, sir. You know what? I keep losing you on the line, you know. Do you want, can I give you another number? Sorry to lose the thread, but when I keep talking, you're gonna lose me, and mobile. Okay. How about, your producer, or the brother in the office calls me on a landline. Yeah, we'll just sling our tune on and then we go on the landline, and that way I won't miss what you're saying.
Okay, all right, beautiful vibration. Who on the line? I'm going to pass you over to my management, and I'm going to play a tune and come back to you. Give thanks and praises. You're locked into www.folks, and we're going to see if we can link up with brother, the organization Nubian Jack. I want to find out with the virgin name because I call him Nubian Jack. Yes, but the company, the foundation is Nubian Jack. So I want to find out what's going on. Yes, originally every time. If you're locked into the A1 station, we say welcome to the show, www.sfdcradio.com. Coming to you 24/7 around the airwaves. Yes, do run up and down Cyber World. Do see what's going on. Support the station, don't fight it. Remember, say support the station, don't fight it. Yes, because it's all about, yes, uniting with the world vibration. And see, we have a little princess out earlier on for sure. Say the youth them, yes, I look direction. Give the youth them direction on some old. Meanwhile, are you there? Give thanks and praises. Make a roll one tune before we come in with a live guest. Boom. Oh yeah, yeah we there. Barrington Levy. Fighting for survival, fighting for a right. Remembrance Day, what does it mean to you? What is about Remembrance Day? Would you teach your children? Would you teach your children about Remembrance Day? Does it have any significance in your way? Barrington Levy. Boom.
Giving thanks and praise now.
Nubian beat. That's over there. Originally Circle Genesis, welcome to the vibration, welcome to the show. 24/7s do run up and down cyber world, do see what's going on. Independent African station.
Fighting for survival.
See if we can link up again. Nubian Jack Foundation, we say hold tight. Yes, over there, www.sfdcradio.com. Coming at your live Luton Town, Bedfordshire, United Kingdom. We're beaming up to the world. Special greetings going to the smiling west coast of Mama Africa, the Gambia. World Tide Send Kids, World Tide going out to my Empress, World Tide Baby Love, World Tide also going out to Creation Family International, also based in Ken Kids. We say World Tide going out to Zemen first and all the artists them and the musicians them that send kids. We say big it up Canada. World Tide Jallo. World Tide also going out to the Rastafari Millennium Council. The whole of the heads, the whole of the houses, the whole of the mansions. Yes, over there. The Nubian beat. SFDCradio.com. I'm coming at you live tomorrow in the United Kingdom. Many people all over the world also is remembering Remembrance Day. I read our young princess on the area on the show earlier on. She also confirmed that Remembrance Day is also known as Poppy Day. Yes, if you go into the Wikipedia, you see all that confirmed to you. So the youth them in the direction. They, you know, it's all about making sure they have accessibility to world history, not just a particular aspect of history, but world history. That way them can know them place tonight, good and proper. That's what I say. On the air, do we have an honorable foundation, Nubian Jack?
Yes, sir, Kush.
Give thanks.
Enough respect, sir.
Give thanks. Oh, your volume gone low, King. They want this or no? The volume low.
no.
What's it?
I'll speak up. I'll speak really loud. Is that better?
No, hold on. Make me try to, because when you speak too loud, it sounds slightly distorted.
Oh, okay.
Well, hold on, we're just going to make some adjustments here, so then the mix of this. So, you know, I think we are okay now. All right, we just start off briefly, but just give you a 1-2 this upon the check. Give you a 1-2.
1-2.
Yeah, man, we can get through that clarity is much better.
Beautiful.
A balance, yeah. Just to, in a nutshell, for the benefit of our listeners, nationally, the foundation, tell us a little bit about yourself first. What is your name, my brethren?
Yes, my brother. My name is Jack Bueller, or actually Jack Babula. Babula is a maroon name, and it was given to me by my father. Jack is a derivative of John.
Okay.
And that's what I was christened, John Babula, or Johnny Babula even.
Yes.
You're not going to ask me my age, because we are timeless.
Yes.
Yeah.
Where was you born, Jack?
I'm born in London. I was born in the same hospital as the future king. What's his name now?
Wait name again.
Not the one that.
The one just banned the other day.
The one that just banned the other day.
Yeah, I know you're dealing with that.
Certainly, that's really bad, man. I should know. St Mary's Hospital, London. That's where I was born. Yeah.
Yes, Prince William's son and Princess William and
Harry. Not Harold.
Not Harry, I'm brother.
Yeah, Harry's brother.
Easy now, Jack.
We're showing out. It's terrible, isn't it? Lord have mercy. And people are listening and say, come on, guys. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the hospital I was born.
Yes, all right, okay, but yes.
I think his name's William, isn't it? Is it William?
To tell the truth, I can't be honestly sure. Do you remember, Fox, do you remember what Fox said? No. Nonetheless, you know what I mean? But yeah, that hospital they buy the whole lot of Fox, you know what I say?
Back in the days, them things they did interest you, but they not really interest us again.
Yeah, but Fox, let's say back in the days, the royal family did kind of interest people there, but nowadays, man of my work on survival.
Exactly, which is really where this memorial and why we put it together, because most of the people who we are honouring fought for king and country, you see.
And before you touch upon that deep, because I want to go on deeper, but in a nutshell, because I'm glad you said who your name was, but just tell us a little bit about the foundation. How long has the foundation been in existence? And in a nutshell, some of the aims and the objectives of the foundation.
Okay, so the aims and the objectives of the foundation is to educate the world, and that's really what it is.
Okay.
It started out as a board game called Nubian Jack, an award-winning board game that has been up for, so Kush, this is the truth.
Yes.
It has been up for 7 awards.
What?
And has won all 7. I've never, or the Nubian Jack has never come second, so it's quite surreal and very spiritual, and I'm very, I feel very blessed, and I have to remain very humble, and this is why I say Nubian Jack is bigger than Jack.
Whoa. What, is that a game you created, brother?
Yes, sir, my brother. It started out as a board game which highlighted the African contribution to Europe, and that was born on the 16th of November, 1994. So we're actually coming up to its 20th year this week, isn't it? If we look at that, is it 11? Yeah, next week, probably next week. Yes, will be the 20th anniversary of Nubian Jack. However, it also evolved into a book which was published by HarperCollins in the United States.
All right, what?
Posters, a series of posters. As you know, it's an educational academy, but most recently we have delivered plaques and now a statue to honour the African presence in Britain.
Yeah, man. Yes. Honourable, we have to work with groups like that. Without that, yes. Cool. So, talking about the Nubian Jack game.
Yes, sir.
How was that done in the sales?
Well, that did very well. I was able to buy a house for my family based on the initial success of that. You don't know me how to deal with that. So that was very, very nice.
Everything is possible. So Fox, a true man buy a house, through him own creation. Tell me more, a little bit more, brethren. That's inspiring.
For real. So, but we need to move into the 21st century, because the Nubian Jack was born in the 20th century.
All right.
And in the 21st century, it's all about apps, Kush. You understand?
Okay.
So the next incarnation of Nubian Jack will be a series of apps. So watch this space.
Yes.
But before that, yes, it was a game that looked at the positive. Not even the positive. It looked at African history globally.
Okay.
So sorry, I started off with the African presence in Europe.
In Europe,
and
yes.
And then I realized, okay, if I want this to be a commercial entity, I have to commercialize it, right? And what I meant by that is I had to put in names and figures that people knew, not just in Britain, but around the world. So all this to know. When you go to America and you try to sell them the black presence in Europe, man ain't interested. Nobody ain't interested. You understand? You're talking 1994. Our heroes at the time were the likes of, and bless him, the Luther Christies of this world, Lennox, Frank Bruno. You understand? You kind of had a limited array of world names, world figure names that people would know. Nobody knew Mary Seacole in America. Nobody knew Queen Charlotte Sophia, Queen Victoria's grandmother, Black Queen. Nobody knew that. So when I did my second version, and I included people like Michael Jackson and Ali, etc., names that people knew globally, the game opened up.
Yes.
You understand? So that's how the game was born.
Stick up in right there, sir, please, Jack. Brother and Silver Fox, I'm coming.
Just researching, as I always do, and it led me to Wikipedia. So just to back up what Wikipedia.
Yes, Wikipedia. Yes, sir.
So just to back up what you just said, Nubian Jack is an award-winning board game that combines questions on historical facts with pop trivia to highlight some of the achievements by people of color globally.
Yes, sir.
And it continues. So, but
Yeah,
you
man,
can't. You will say the rest.
Yeah, we give thanks for that, Fox. Yeah, go ahead, please, Jack.
I was going to say, so Wikipedia can be trusted sometimes, then.
All right, that's what I'm going to say, because sometimes you still have to get things confirmed, because sometimes you're not even too sure where Wikipedia go out with sometimes. But yeah, so we're glad that the two things tally together. You see what I say?
Let me get a little joke very quickly, Sir Kush.
Yes.
I put up plaques. My organisation puts up plaques, yeah?
Yes. And
I went to a place that your readers should make a record of this, or note of this. 57 Castletown Road in Hammersmith. That was the first address of the Honourable Great Marcus Messiah Garvey.
Oh,
and I knocked on the door, and this gentleman in a wheelchair came to the door, and I was able to kind of charm this man, you know, and tell him that it would be really nice for his property for a plaque to Marcus, the Honourable Marcus Garvey, to go up. And this man agreed, and I told him to look up on Wikipedia Marcus Garvey. He did so, and on the next day, he withdrew his consent.
Right.
All right? So, and there's a Rasta brother I work with, Cecil Gutsmore, some of you will know Cecil, and he and I spoke to the Jamaican High Commission, and the High Commissioner wrote this man a personal letter asking him to rethink his decision, and he did not. So I conclude by simply saying sometimes Wikipedia is Wikipedia.
Yes. Yeah, because I've known that's why I said it was interesting that, like I say, in this instance, the two tally up together. Because, yes, very true, Brother Jack. Give thanks for that, Virgin. And, you know, and again, no, just to move on swiftly, tomorrow, Remembrance Day.
So let me clarify that, because you've said it a few times. No, tomorrow is Armistice.
Sorry, yes, Armistice Day. Whoa, give thanks.
Yeah. Yesterday was Remembrance Day, and I just want to quickly say, we deliberately chose Armistice Day because that's a day of peace, to unveil our war memorial.
The day the war came to an end.
Correct.
The 11th of the 11th of something so.
Yeah, you know what I say? 11th of the 11th and all of that stuff.
Yes.
11 minutes past 11 and all of that.
Armistice Today, yes, okay.
Yeah, although 11 is a number of confusion, but that's another...
I was going to say, yes, in itself, when we concern numerology, yes.
Yeah, you understand. But that's another thing. My point is, we wanted to unveil it on a day of peace, yeah?
Yes.
Because we are peaceful people still, you understand?
Yes.
And so we are honouring our fallen who fought for somebody else, who fought in somebody else's war. So don't forget, we're not even honouring African soldiers who fought for Africa. You're honouring African soldiers who fought for king and country, as we go in full circle now. You understand?
Yes.
So anyway, yes, that's what we're doing. We're doing it tomorrow on Armistice Day.
So and again, give us the details, because if somebody wants to come there, because is it Brixton unveiling's happening?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, give us the details of Brixton, the time it's happening, etc.
Beautiful. The ceremony starts, of course, at 10:30. It's going to be from 10:30 until 12 o'clock. There is array and a wonderful alignment of talent and a potpourri of different contributors from different high commissioners, because it's an African and Caribbean war memorial. So we've got African and Caribbean high commissioners attending. That's a beautiful thing.
Wow, okay.
That's a beautiful thing.
Yes.
That's pretty much it, really. It's happening at Windrush Square.
Okay.
Windrush Square, people will know them, which is Brixton, the heart of Black Europe. So the so-called Black Europe. And it's going to be unveiled inside the archives, the Black Cultural Archives, before it's permanently unveiled on a designated area on Windrush Square.
Fantastic. And again, what is actually being unveiled?
Good question. You know, I wanted to tell you, but I thought, let me ask if the brother asked me. You're a good interviewer. Yeah, no, you're good, man. Okay. It's 2 obliques.
Oh, what? Okay.
Yeah. One lying down, and that I call the fallen stone.
Yeah.
Those are represented as the people who have lost their lives for king and country. And then the standing up one, the upright stone, represents us. We who walk upon the shoulders of those who came before us and who sacrificed for us to make things better and easier for us. So it's 2 obliques, and they each weigh over a ton each.
Whoa! Yes. Serious something.
And let me just tell you, each oblique, the one lying down, has every single African and Caribbean regiment that fought in World War One. See, Nubian Jack doesn't play. If we're going to do a war memorial, let's give them a war memorial that they're going to talk about around the world. That's how we do it.
I see. And I thought it's quite interesting, you know what I mean, when you kind of clarified to say that, I don't know, to the extent that it wasn't an African war they fought within.
Exactly.
You know, because obviously you do have that comment that oftentimes can come up, and to the extent where people have even said that those who actually fought in the war actually kept colonialism alive. How do you respond to that?
I will say that is very true, but there are higher heights to explain that.
Okay.
And what it is, as our parents, you know, from Jamaican origin used to say, nothing done before its time, yeah? And a man who came at the right time and tried to let people see, in the end, they sold him for 30 pieces, you know, 30 pieces. I'm talking about the great Marcus Garvey.
Yes, ma'am, I just said that, so you're going there, so.
You understand? So what I'm saying is, yes, they fought for king and country and for their imperial masters, because it wasn't just Britain that Africans were fighting for. They were fighting in France for the imperial masters in France and Portugal and Germany, and you understand? In fact, Germany lost its colony at the ending of the First World War, which so annoyed them that it brought in a monster. It ushered in a demon that started the Second World War, and we know that history. So it's complicated. Yes, they fought for somebody else, but what else could they do at that time?
And that is the next question. What else could they do out of so much evil going on? Which was the better choice? Because again, I was learning for myself that my grandfather was in the First World War, and he never ever saw England. He was in France.
You see, that's of course you told me that earlier on. He would have been in the British West Indies Regiment, right?
Right. And he not only was in the war, but he lived it. He survived it. He lived through it.
Beautiful.
You see what I'm saying, King? And my first cousin, he's open to come on the ear quite short in the next 5 minutes, because he wishes to elaborate also. Again, like, you know what I mean? So, it's like you say, it's like, because, you know, when we understand what motivated them, it was all to do with a better change, you know what I mean, politically, economically. Whether that change happened or not is another thing, like, you see what I say?
Well, to be fair, just like women and the women's vote, when people went to war and came back, suddenly they became more politically aware. They became more globally aware of their place. And the First World War set the template for, you know, African global awareness. There was a preacher, if my memory serves me right, called John Chilimbwe in 1915, who actually gave us the first quote, you know, Africans for the African, Africa for the Africans. And it was Marcus that added those at home and those abroad.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
But it was John Chilimbwe, an African preacher, who says, what go on here, man? I fight for man, I'm not go on here, so. Go on. Sorry to our white listeners who are listening, I'm sure.
No, well, that is what learning is all about, my brethren. Life is for learning and learning is for life, so we don't apologize.
No, I'm not apologizing for my accent, because that was a poor Jamaican accent, to be honest with you. You know what I mean?
Well, my brethren, them say it's all alright, it's so good, brethren, you're safe. Again, so just to round up them, brother Jack, again, just give it the time of the unveiling tomorrow and the place of the unveiling.
So, the time is 10:30. The place is number 1, Windrush Square, Brixton. And the unveiling is the first African and Caribbean War Memorial in Europe. Please be there and share with us and our ancestors on this historic day.
What time does it finish?
So the ceremony will finish at 12, but in the middle of the ceremony, at 11 minutes past 11, I've got a Cuban trumpeter, black Cuban trumpeter, who's going to light the first trumpet. Will usher in a sound that will echo around the world, because there's going to be media from all over the world, and then we're going to demand 2 minutes silence to our fallen, and then after that, part 2 will begin.
Fantastic, excellent. Before you go, Jack, send some greetings to some loved ones.
Yes, sir. I'd like to big up my ancestors who have made it possible for me to be here, and of course my children who will make it possible for me to come back, and everybody else listening.
Give thanks and praises. We're wishing you all the best in your endeavours. I'm hoping to reach there. I'm supposed to be in Brixton around that day itself, but I'm going to see what's happening. But I haven't met you yet, Jack. But they're also hoping to meet you. But again, the platform is here. We are here 24/7, and we are looking forward to even working with you stronger, the Nubian Jack Foundation. But you know, those games are so crucial because our youngsters also, they come ready to deal. You know, and their minds are so set. Games like that are so significant, you know. So, yeah, again, folks, do check it out. Like I said, many people are still checking out, you know, how relevant it is for black people to be involved in things like this, you know. So, but you've heard, you know, Nubian Jack Foundation. If you do want to attend the unveiling tomorrow at Brixton, yes, you heard the time, you heard the date. Yes, if you wish to show your respect in that way, in honor, yes, of African people, of their honourable sacrifice on that battlefield, World War I. Yes, feel free to this. It's important that people are able to do their own research, yes, and have an opinion for themselves and make a decision from their free will and free mind and free conscience. I want to say thank you, Jack, from the Nubian Jack Foundation, for joining us on the Nubian Beat, www.sfdcradio.com.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Blessed folks, remember it says 15 minutes time. Also, we're going to link up also with brother 70 minutes, brother Mandingo. So I want to say again, honorable, give thanks for Jack, yes, from the Nubian Jack Foundation, for coming in there and sharing with us education, information, and stimulation. Yes, get involved. As we play, make we come in with some more selection while we get things ready for the honorable brother Mandingo. Blessed love.
Save us now. Save us now. Too much iniquity down here. Too much partiality. No love and humanity for I and I. We can't take you on no more. We can't take it fussing and fighting. We want some peace and love. Yes, we need more love. Yes, we want more love. Look up on the beautiful land. Look how them a mash it up, ja. Look how them a scandal it, ja. With them gun and ammunition. Remember your peaceful people. Remember your righteous people. Remember all who do it right. Oh Jah, come now. Oh Jah, Jah, save us now. Jah, oh Jah, oh Jah, oh Jah. Save this now. Oh Jah, I'm begging you, down on my knee. Yes, now the bucket is full. Yes, the bottom bursts out now. We can't take no more war. Oh Jah, come now. Look up on the beautiful land. Look how them a mash it up, Jah. Look how them a scandalous, ja. With them gun and ammunition. With them gun and ammunition.
Come save us, Jaja. Come save us, Jaja. You are the guiding star. Come save us now. You are the creator. Come save us now. Come stop the war. Please, Jah, come stop the war. Jah, oh Jah, Jah.
Virgin Calvern and Buckley. Original every time, save us, Jah. I don't know it, go original every time. Welcome to the vibration. Lock into the A1 station. There's a Nubian beam. I'm going to catch up, see with one more listener before we come in with my brother Mandingo. And you know, it's Amnesty Day tomorrow. Like we said, we just finished talking to, like we said, the Nubian Jack from the Nubian Jack Foundation. Yes, and it's all about the unveiling, yes, a war memorial at Brixton. It's all happening tomorrow in honor of all the African people, all African and Caribbean descendants, yes, people who participated in that First World War. Tomorrow makes 100 years. Do we have Brother Charlie on the line? Charles, Wagwan.
Well, yeah, we're really excited down here in Brixton because obviously tomorrow is a big day, it's a massive day, and it's it's really important that we recognise and that young black people know that our forefathers, our grandfathers, fought in Europe. Some of them never even came to England; they came to France mainly.
Yeah, and as you're saying that, yeah, and because like I said, it's, again, why is the day of importance to you personally? And tell us about your experience and your grandfather, because what people don't realize that me and this person here now, we are first cousins and we share the same grandfather.
Yes, well, me and you have the same grandfather, and Kush, our grandfather, he left Jamaica in the First World War and fought in France. Mm-hmm. He's never set foot in this country.
Okay.
Right? Yes. And these guys fought, basically they put them in the front line. So the ones who survived, I mean, if he didn't survive, me and you would not be here today.
That is a crucial thing.
Because that is our grandfather.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yes.
And
so we are because they were, we are.
Absolutely. And, I mean, a lot of people don't know as well that what they did, the British government, because, of course, all of the Commonwealth countries were under colonialism.
Yeah.
So you had to go and fight. But what happened is that what they did, they gave each soldier an acre of land in Jamaica.
Okay.
But they gave them in the areas that were so difficult to get to, so you could either have the land or you could have a payment. So most took the payment.
Okay, that's news to me. I never know about that part of the history. Okay.
Yeah, every soldier who went to war in the First World War got an acre of land in Jamaica when they got back. Those who survived. But being poor people, you still have to. It'd be like you say, if you've been given an acre of land now in Hertfordshire, mm-hmm. but you're still broke, and you live in Bedfordshire,
yes.
So or if you can just get £1,000 from the government,
yes,
and waive that. So most people, I think, took the money in those days, But we have the medals. We've got the medals, and what's interesting, you see, is that with racism at the height it is in the country at the moment, mm-hmm. it's really good and it's important for us to educate not just the black people but the white people as well. Mm-hmm. Because as often you've heard a white person say, oh, my granddad didn't fight in the war for this or didn't fight. But when you look at the amount of Commonwealth countries, mm-hmm. 70% of them were black. So when they talk about the Israelis, the Jews who died, right, there were so many hundreds of thousands of black and Indian people who died. Because, I don't think this is recognized enough, and we need to really celebrate it, and this is why tomorrow is such a really important occasion.
Because naturally, because at the time, many soldiers obviously fought, hoping that things would be naturally much more improved, politically and economically on their return. And again, therefore, and not getting the recognition that they even felt they should get. How important do you think is important for us as African black people, as they call it, should need to honor and recognize?
We have to shout it from the hills, because listen, when we went to school, I never see no pictures of no black soldiers. Right?
Yes.
In the war films, I never see no black soldiers.
Well, that's why I say it's only recently I'm learning, like I said, through the family about my grandfather. You see me, I say, through my Aunt G, which is your mother. You see me, I say, because she's documented in history, because and I've seen the medals. There's 2 medals I've seen. I know there's 1. So again, it's all interesting. So what about people who say, therefore, Charles, that those who actually fought in the war actually kept colonialism alive?
No, because each country had their military. Each island had their military. So if you were part of the Jamaican military, which our grandfather was, then you'd have no choice but to go to war if you was an enlisted soldier. It doesn't. Remember, some of them they maybe never even want to go. You understand me? But you don't have no choice.
Right. Okay. yes.
If you're a soldier, your job is to follow orders. You sign up to do that. You sign up to fight wars. So, those men were just trying to do the best for their families, what they could do
at that time. Yes. So again, so tomorrow is a day naturally of significance to you personally, Charles.
Me and you personally, and also because we need the imagery. Imagery is very important, right? And so we need that imagery to be there for people to understand. Oh, wow, okay, the black soldiers, black people fought in those wars, and won those wars as well. It's really important.
Brother Charles, I tell you, I'm running out of time because I've got Brother Mandingo on the line in the next 5 minutes for 1 hour. Teams of Marcus Messiah Garvey. I do want to say thank you for joining us on the line on short notice. I'm definitely looking forward to talking to you more, because there's so much projects that this man is involved in. There's many things about this man. This man is like an institution in itself. So I definitely go and So this is just a brief introduction, Brother Charles. Yeah. So again, give thanks for the time out of your busy schedule for joining us on the air this evening. Yes, give thanks. And we hope tomorrow works out fine. I'm supposed to be in London I'm going to see how the vibe goes, because I've got quite a few meetings down that area of London anyway. You see me saying? But otherwise, do give me regards to the family. And before you even go, send greetings to the loved ones out there.
Blessed are you.
Send some greetings to some loved ones before you go, Charles, yeah?
Yes, okay, I will do.
Send the greetings in upon ear.
Yeah, to my thank you very much. I'd like to send my greetings to my mom.
Yeah, man.
To all the family at Yard, and my sister. My 3 of my sisters going down to Yard next week to spend time down there.
Nice.
I want to big up every person who's supporting this radio station. I've been listening to the show. I think it's a great show.
Fantastic.
And also, I'd just like to say as well that I'm doing a big campaign with the forthcoming general elections, and I'm going to be filming in Bedfordshire, and all around the country. So I'm going to tell Kush more about that. It's going to be a big music campaign supporting, obviously, the Labour Party.
Yes.
So I want to talk to you guys about that. Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, my management there for top, but thanks again, Charles Bailey, Honourable Charles Bailey, yes, from South London, for joining us live on www.sfdcradio.com. Bombastic, prosperity, and all the best, Charles.
Thank you.
Folks, you heard it right here. We're going to definitely, like I said, catch up with the man them in near the future. But many other things. Charles has been involved in a lot of gun initiatives, non-violence initiatives. You see me I say, and a whole heap of anti-drugs initiative. Yeah, so you know he's been doing big things in the community down Brixton side of the area for a long time. All right, we say 4 minutes to go before Brother Mandingo come in.
Black self-worth, I say hey, let us work and pray, let us work, let us pray, you and I, eh, self-reliance is the way black people today, let us work, let us pray, you and I, eh, self-reliance is the only way, come make we study Garvey, come make we study Garvey, brother we destiny,
coming up to 10 o'clock, 2 minutes time, now we'll link up, Brother Mandingo, the Garvey Ikes hold tight.
We destiny. I man would like to reflect on the message that Marcus left. Oh yes, cause if you look around, some don't know self-reliance yet, not yet. So gather your thoughts and come along, children. This is a chance for your freedom. If you're willing to be free, free from slavery, come follow them your teachings of Marcus Garvey. Make we study Garvey, come make we study Garvey. Know your history, are we there?
Oh yeah,
study Garvey,
come make we study Garvey.
Know your history, brother with this.
Brother Mandingo say in the next 10 minutes.
They teach about Columbus.
So we say hold tight each level you lock into the A1 station. 10 minutes time you lock into Brother Mandingo's all about studying Marcus Messiah Garvey.
Self-worth, I say hey, let us work and pray, let us work, let us pray, you and I, eh, self-reliance is the way black people today, let us work, let us pray, you and I, eh, self-reliance is the only way, come make we study Garvey, come make we study Garvey, know your history, brother with destiny, study Garvey, come make we study Garvey, know the prophecy, are we destiny. I man would like to reflect on the message that Marcus left. Oh yes, cause if you look around, some don't know self-reliance yet, not yet. So gather your thoughts and come along, children. This is a chance for your freedom. If you're willing to be free, free from slavery, come follow them your teachings of Marcus Garvey. Make we study Garvey, come make we study Garvey. Know your history.
Let's talk about the healing. Let's talk about the healing. The image was from the parish of St. Paul. The capital, St. Anne's Bay. That's where he's from. Marcus Messiah Gavin. He's the first black man who bring black civilization universally. Marcus Messiah Gavin. Jamie. Jamie Jack Marcus Messiah Gavin. Marcus Messiah Gavin.
Locked into the A1 station, image of Marcus Messiah Garvey, 10 minutes time also. Honorable brother Mandingo asks if we can just link him up in 10 minutes time also, you know, so that battlefield warrior up on the front line, constantly busy at all times, dealing with the identity of the people.
So they want I to change my identity. Musically. So they want I to change my identity. Musically. Some music race, commercial race, political race. Some music race, commercial race, political race. So they want I to change my identity. Musically. So they want I to change my identity. Musically. My identity. Your work must be done. Your work must be done. Your work must be done. Mash up the world. Working the
it's a slicer for your slicer presenting for silverfoxdanceclub.com. SFDC radio. Watch it now. Say here, light it up, blaze it, promote it.
We work over here. We work everywhere. Work over there. We work over here. We work everywhere. So they want I to change my identity. Musically. The crime you want to charge I'm on for. It's not possible. I am not guilty. The crime you want to charge I'm on for. It's not possible. And I am not guilty. I've been following all these great forerunners' footsteps. I've been following all these great forerunners' footsteps. therefore I and I could be recognized. Just send them, just send them, just send them, just send them. Just send them, just send them, just send them, just send them. Marcus Garvey was the first Rastaman from Jamaica. And Malcolm X was the American Rastaman. Martin Luther King, he was a Rastaman. Just send them, just send them, just send them, just send them. Just send them, just send them, just send them, just send them. They criticize him and his philosophy, but they should remember.
Locked in, Tier 1 station. Watch it.
The red, the black and green. Marcus originate. The red, the black and green.
But tell you that. What we say?
Marcus originate. The crime they want to charge I'm on for. It's not possible.
I will try to link up originally, Brother Mandingo. Busy schedule him of this evening. Now watch it.
The crime they want to charge I'm on.
Track title The Crime. Winston Rodney. Original Burning Spear.
I am not. Some people want you to be ignorant and lack of speech and live in fear.
Was all that Empress no Tumbi?
I was only following all these great foreign.
Blessed love to the Iron family. All tied to the youth team.
The first vices of my people. Just send them, just send them, just send them, just send them.
All tied Mad African. Good seeing you the other day, fireman.
Just send them, just send them, just send them, just send them. The crime you want to charge I'm on for. Let's make an effort towards black self-worth. I say hey.
You don't know it says that time. We're trying to link up with the original battlefield warrior, Brother Mandingo, all time.
Alliance is the way black people today. Let us work, let us pray. You and I, self-reliance is the only way. Come make we study Garvey, come make we study Garvey. Know your history, brother, we destiny. Study Garvey, come make we study Garvey. Know the prophecy, and we destiny. I man would like to reflect on the message that Marcus left. Oh yes, cause if you look around, some don't know self-reliance yet, not yet. So gather your thoughts and come along, children. This is a chance for your freedom. If you're willing to be free, free from slavery, come follow them your teachings of Marcus Garvey. Make we study Garvey, come make we study Garvey. Know your history, our destiny. Study Garvey, come make we study Garvey. Know your history.
Make we study Garvey. The Brother Mandingo, bag full of questions.
Teach about Columbus.
Move up on top of the plenty. We don't know some man get you to do all of them questions this evening, yeah.
In school, a propaganda them spread it.
And last week Monday we have some 15.
Them a fool, them a fool.
I'm not them locking all over the world, looking forward to the Monday show. Lockdown.
See, we have been down for very long, but there's no liberty in strength and unity. Cause such is the teachings of old Messiah Garvey. Study Garvey, come make we study.
Make we study Garvey.
Prophecy.
With the right honorable Brother Mandingo, way him there. We are trying to link up with him. Hold tight.
Know your history, more than with destiny. Turn now wire.
www.sfdcradio.com, Luton Town, Bedfordshire. We're coming to you live.
Build yourself an empire. Sail Black Star Liner. Look to Ethiopia. So said Marcus Mosiah. Build yourself an empire. Sail Black Star Liner. We study Garvey. Come
make we study Garvey. Original every time. Do want to say special greetings. Welcome to the show. www.sfdcradio.com. My name is Sir Kush, and this is the original member says every Monday between the hours 10 p.m. to 11 p.m. United Kingdom time. Sometimes we go over a little longer still. Yes, it's about the sacred moment with the elder. Yes, from Furu community, the African community. Yes, the right honorable Brother Mandingo. Do have your live on the ear. Welcome to the show, Brother Mandingo.
Yes, first of all, I give thanks and praises to the Almighty Creator, Ra, Oloron, Ama, Moari, today, Monday. the 10th of November 2014. Greetings, Brother Kush, and also Brother Silver Fox, and all the listeners of www.sfdcradio.com.
Give thanks. Originally, yes, honorable, let me say, Brother Mandingo, it's always an honor and a pleasure. Historical moments, memorable moments, and we always give thanks and praises for his invaluable attribution to the show every time. You know, and again, we do apologize again, folks, for not being here last week, Monday. Again, the unforeseen circumstances means that, but we have so much questions all over the place. I don't know where to start. And again, I don't know. I'm on the before. The Monday before, alright. So some of them questions we're going to try and carry over. But before I go into any of the questions in particular, is there anything you did want to start off with particular, Brother Mandingo?
Yes, let me just say that we have, as African people, the problem of Ebola in West Africa. Serious problem. And more efforts must be exerted to deal with the problem of Ebola in West Africa. And I'm pleased that there is a African sister from Jamaica.
Okay.
She's a doctor who is in Liberia. I think it's Liberia.
Mm-hmm.
Who is working. And she has been asking Jamaican doctors through Skype to come to Liberia to help out. And a lot of them, they don't want to come. They're afraid.
What are they afraid of, Brother Mandingo?
Well, they are afraid that they might catch Ebola, get Ebola. That is the fear, you know. But when you're a doctor, you always run the risk of contacting diseases that, you know, some of your patients have. But the thing about it is that Ebola, like any other disease, is something that must be dealt with. Because if it is not dealt with, then more and more people will die. It's as simple as that. So we have no alternative but to deal with Ebola.
And what should be on top of the agenda for the people, because people who say that, okay, what can I do? What can the ordinary people do also?
What ordinary people can do is to try to find dependable and reliable organizations in Liberia, in Sierra Leone, and also in Guinea.
Okay.
To aid in the fight. The reason why I'm saying that is that whenever you have these epidemics, you always have unscrupulous people who make money out of the suffering of people, saying that they are collecting money and it goes straight into their pocket. For example, there was a case recently that's come out in the news at large that Bill Gates and his wife, that of all the so-called millions or billions that they claim that they sent to Africa, only 10% reaches Africa. The other 90% stays in the US, in Britain, and the rest of Europe. And this is similar to the situation that we have, whereby a lot of these so-called charities, and we don't have to call names because we know these so-called charities, I mean, there's so many of them, is that most of the money stays in Europe. Are you spent on paying expensive salaries? So in other words, people are suffering, people are dying, are merely used as sacrificial lambs to enrich these so-called charities who claim that they are helping people.
Is that why we have so much?
Haiti is a typical example, you know.
Okay.
In the time in Haiti, up to now, as we speak, most of the money that was raised never reached Haiti. People in Haiti did not get the help, even though the money was raised. And we have a situation that of the so-called non-government organizations that went to Haiti, they never really did anything for the people in Haiti. They were driving up around in expensive SUVs and living in what you would call gated communities in Haiti and that type of thing. I'm pretending to be helping people in Haiti. So it is the people in Haiti who are had to see about themselves.
And as I start to have fears that to Brother Mandingo. This is why again maybe why we have so much so much charities them rising up nowadays and again
it's an industry.
Yes.
A money making thing.
You know, because often
and this is why we have to be so careful who you send money to and who you support. And it is up to each individual to associate with like-minded individuals to really find out who are the genuine people, who are the genuine organizations that actually deliver help that is needed.
Yes. That is a serious statement in the Britain because a lot of these leaders and generally because even when we relate your words on power to today's circumstances and problem, we find a lot of these leaders and organizations are leaders who as if they only come in, like you said, they come into the community not to lead the people, but they come in the community to mislead,
not leaders.
Yes.
They come to mislead.
To mislead.
And miseducate. They are not leaders. They are charlatans and crooks.
And to gain financially at the same time,
Precisely.
And we're finding ourselves with a lot of those scenarios today. Even in Luton where we are, we find a lot of so-called leaders and organizations are they're basically leading the sheep astray. Even some of the churches, everybody want to be leaders, but they're leading the sheep astray. Yeah, and they don't come into the community to lead the youth, but they come to gain. How does, again, the teachings of Marcus Garvey help us to address situations like that?
Well, what Marcus Garvey said is that never follow any organization or any so-called leader blindly. That you must always have on your thinking cap. And whenever you see things going wrong, you must make a stand. Because in London, for example, in Birmingham and all over, and in the African world in general, I mean, it happens with other races, but we are dealing with our situation as Africans. You have a lot of crooks pretending that they are upright and righteous and that they are doing things for the community, and they don't want other people to speak when they know those people are people of integrity who will tell it like it is and who are honest. Because a lot of them set up organizations designed only to exploit and rip off our own people. And they are always asking for monies. And when you ask them, give an account of what you did with the monies that you collected at such and such a meeting, etc., they get angry and don't want to answer. And that is a sure sign of a crook or crooks. Because whenever people ask you for money or a person asks you for money, if they are not willing to be transparent and let you know what they have done, shown you, not tell you, you have to be able to see what they have done with the monies, then have nothing to do with such people. And the truth of the matter is that a lot of crooks abound in our community, and some of them are ones who pretend that they are Pan-Africanists, that they are righteous.
And
it's typical to a lot of them who are profess to be Rastas and are total rascals.
Yeah, we have them too, yes.
Yes.
We have them too,
They come
brethren.
in all guises.
All guys, we have them too, a bag full of them. And especially nowadays, what we find, especially the academics, because oftentimes we so easily put our trust when we see the black man them go through some academics and have some degrees and some PhD and them talk so flamboyant.
A lot of them, these academics, are hustlers, hustling off our people, pimping off our people.
Because a question I was going to ask is, why is it that really our so-called intellectuals and academics are incapable of sufficient leadership in the community?
Well, you know, Marcus Garvey, in the Philosophy and Opinions, said that one of the ironic things that one finds in the African race is that some of the biggest traitors that you have come from the so-called educated, the so-called intellectuals.
Yes.
Marcus Garvey said, generally with other races you find that the traitors are people who are not so-called educated, etc., and that type of thing. But within our African race, you find it's the so-called educated ones, the so-called intellectuals. You notice I keep using the word so-called because they have their certified degrees and PhDs, but are thoroughly dishonest. And of course, this is not a charge which is leveled at the honest ones, but we are talking about those dishonest academics. Because we do have honest academics.
Yes,
we have
brethren.
people like our brother Dr. Tony Martin, who passed away recently.
Honorable.
We have Dr. Joseph Benyo Shannon, So we do have, so we have to really examine and pick and choose and know who is who.
Yes, give thanks and praise if you're locked in, folks, and just tuned in. Yes, here in the voice, the word, the sound, the power, the right honorable brother Mandingo. Yes, battlefield warrior. And I say, the man have a busy schedule this evening there. We'd have to wait an extra 10 minutes because this man will not stop. Yes, when in depth on the battlefield, I deal with the mission of Garvey. And because, the whole overall vibration now is the call for unity. And when we hear in the call for unity, some people are misunderstanding for that. What does the call for African unity mean, brother Mandingo?
The call for African unity, is one of the essential steps. Marcus Garvey Jr., as I said some time ago on the show, outlined, summarized his father's Black Print solution in 8 steps. And one of the steps is unity. Unity meaning at the community level, the family level, at the national level. So, for example, as I said, Africans in Luton, for example, coming together and working for a common purpose, which is for the benefit of our people in all spheres of life. And of course, Africans in Luton uniting with Africans in London, uniting with Africans in Bristol, uniting with Africans in Manchester, in Liverpool, etc. Because the most important thing with unity is not unity for unity's sake. And what I mean by it is this. We must unite with people, other Africans, who are on the same page as us. It does not make sense that you unite with all and sundry, because to unite with all and sundry would let in the traitors and the ignorant to be in charge of things. And people who are ignorant are dangerous, because ignorance keeps you retarded, keeps you back, because education is absolutely important. And when I say education, education includes correct information, because a lot of our people are being deceived because they have been receiving constant misinformation, wrong information. Take, for example, you have some of our people, you see them wearing this red poppy thing.
Mm-hmm.
And they just wear it, and if you ask them,
why
are they wearing the poppy? Why did they buy a poppy?
Yes.
They say it is for the dead. You ask them, the dead in which war?
Mm-hmm.
They can't tell you. They're just following like sheep.
Right.
And this is because they have been miseducated.
Mm-hmm.
And what has happened is that you have some people who claim, that they are African conscious, who claim that they are Pan-Africanists, who are supporting this type of nonsense. Why do I say supporting this type of nonsense? Most of them, because I've had to deal with them, when you ask them, how did this poppy thing come in, red poppy thing come in, they cannot explain to you. Now let me say how it came about. It came about because Europeans had a war from 1914 to 1918. It is not World War I. This is a big mistake that most people, including our African people, make. It was not World War I. Get that out of your vocabulary. The 1914 to 1918 war that posed Germany and Austria and others on one side against Britain, France, Russia, and others on the other side, 1914 to 1918, was not a World War I. It was the European World War I. You must use the word European. It's not World War, because we as African people and other races were not fighting. Yes, some of our people were used and other people were used. But this war was a war between rival European imperialist nations who were fighting to see who would control the rest of the world, to plunder the rest of the world, to colonize our people. This was not a war, as they said, which was for freedom and justice. Because when this war was taking place, 1914 to 1918, Africans in Africa, Africans in Jamaica, Africans in Trinidad and the rest of the Caribbean were under European colonial bondage. And remember, colonialism is the next form of enslavement. Colonialism involves the enslavement of our people, the massacre of our people, the rape of our people, the stealing of our resources. So Germany, who was late on the scene under the leadership of Kaiser Wilhelm, was coming in because Germany had just united recently, relatively. France and Britain and so on had been united as countries, and Holland, and that was how they had their empires and so on. But Germany, for many centuries, was divided up into many little petty states until under the Prussian leadership, they came together to form a united Germany. Of course, that began with the Prussian Frederick, King Frederick, and continued through with Otto von Bismarck, who had that Berlin Conference to carve up Africa with European powers, including the U.S., from 1884 to 1885. Now, you notice when I'm saying these things, the people who you see talking about the poppy and so, they know absolutely nothing about this true history. And this is why they have been miseducated and deceived. So the war was nothing to do about freedom and justice for African people. on other people.
And
the war that followed afterwards with Hitler was really a continuation of that first European World War. It was a continuation because the Germans who had been defeated were still angry and still had their grievances. And this was why Hitler had such a following amongst them, because they were angry at the outcome of that first war that they had with other Europeans, the British and the French.
To that back.
So it's connected.
So what we are saying now is that it wasn't an African war. Yeah.
Precisely.
But Africans,
it's a European imperialist war.
But Africans,
where our people were used, some of them.
Yeah. Africans fought in those wars.
Yes, and died on behalf of the very people who colonized and enslaved them.
So for instance, now, Brother Mandingo, now, tomorrow, earlier on we were talking about unveiling, a war memorial unveiling that's happening tomorrow at Bristol, yet to honor those Africans who gave their honorable lives.
Well, this is something I'm telling you, coming straight to the point.
Yeah.
I am totally against that, because that is a memorial for Africans who died not fighting for their people, but fighting for the very people who had enslaved and colonized our people.
But when they were fighting for that wasn't their intention. It's you know, because when they were fighting, wasn't they fighting to, I don't know, for a better political, economic, wasn't that their motive?
No, they were not fighting. They were claiming that they were fighting for the so-called mother country. But Britain is no mother country for us, because Britain, where African people was concerned, was the very ones who had enslaved and colonized our people and other our people. Remember that time we never had the vote. We were still under racist conditions in the Caribbean and in Africa. This was not fighting for us to be independent.
Folks, you're locked in, you're tuned in, you may agree, you may disagree, you're hearing the voice of the honorable brother Mandingo, battlefield warrior. Yes, and we're talking about, yes, what some may refer to as the World War I. Brother Mandingo said, no, correctly,
no, it's not World War I.
European World War
I. And European World War II. Because let's face it, you see, this is not something about whether I agree or disagree, you know.
Yes.
I am speaking the truth.
It's true, yeah, because it is true. Because Africans, like you said,
this is the truth.
Yeah, it is true, because it wasn't an African war, but naturally, like we say, Africans they did naturally fight within that war. Okay, I want to ask Brother Mandingo another question, because a whole lot of questions we have come here. I was agreeing that question by yesterday. So here next question I come with Brother Mandingo. Is it true, because we're aligning everything with the right Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey, is it true that the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey expressed great loyalty and support in the Great War efforts to King George V?
You're talking you're talking from that 1914 to 1918 war?
Yes, brother, yes. Concerning a telegram that was supposed to have been sent to the Right Honorable Louis R. Court, 16th of September 1914, and it was from, at the time, the Universal Legal Improvement and Conservation Association. And is it true that the Honorable Marcus Garvey, like I said, expressed great loyalty and support in the great efforts in that particular era?
Not great loyalty and support. And let me explain. In 1914, when that war started, when the war clouds were gathering in Europe, what did Marcus Garvey do? What he did was that he did not volunteer and enlist in the British Army. That's number one. Two, what he did was he established the UNIA and ACL, an African organization for African independence worldwide. So, Marcus Garvey did not set up the UNIA and ACL to support and to promote British and other European imperialism, because the very aims and objectives of the organization, the UNIA and ACL, was the exact opposite of what the British Empire, the French Empire, and all other European empires stood for. This is a fact.
And this is interesting too, because it's a question coming from a brethren who claim to have evidence of a documentation concerning a telegram that was sent to the Right Honourable Lewis R. Court, 16th of September 1914, where Marcus Garvey expressed the words great loyalty and support in the great war efforts.
Okay, take for example, I have just explained what Marcus Garvey's organization was and is. When Marcus Garvey said one army, one navy, and one air force, he wasn't saying one army and one navy and one air force for Europeans. That's obvious. Remember that at the time, Jamaica was a colony, like the other colonies that we have in Africa.
Yes. And
we also have in the Caribbean. Sometimes in war situations, one will say certain things in a strategic way. It does not imply that they are supporting the thing. Because, for example, Jamaica being a colony as it was, if one in that situation was to come out and say, do not do that, one would be charged for sedition. And the penalty for sedition, the minimum would be long imprisonment or execution. Marcus Garvey was no fool. You see, it is people who have no political overstanding and sophistication who would think that Marcus Garvey was for the support of the British Empire. When one is involved in political realities, one uses different tactics at different times, but your objectives are always the same. And the objective, and I say this to who you said sent you that question, the objective of Marcus Garvey is for the total freedom and emancipation of Africans. That is totally opposite to British imperialism and other forms of European imperialism.
Give thanks and praises. You're looking to
and take for example now, Haile Selassie was put back on the throne in Ethiopia by the British Army. No, you find a lot of Rastas, they don't want to talk about that, but that is a fact.
Well, yes.
Baldwin Gate, this is a fact.
Yes. His Majesty spent 5 years in exile in Bath. Yes.
In Bath, precisely.
Yes, that is the history.
Exactly. So, by the same token, would that person who is saying that, and I see that person as a mischief maker, trying to create divide and rule amongst African people by distorting the reality of the situation, would that person say that because Haile Selassie spent about 5 years in Bath, in Britain, and because he was reinstalled on the throne in Ethiopia by the British Army, and that's a fact, would such a person say that Haile Selassie wanted the British to rule Ethiopia? Of course not.
Yes, that's right.
But Haile Selassie was dealing, as Marcus Garvey did, with what is called real politics, the realities of politics.
It's like a chess
And
game.
it is only ignoramuses or double agents or plain stupid people who make such stupid and false assertions. Miseducated fools.
And naturally, you're going to find that amongst many we are victims of fabric.
This is why our situation is so hard, because you have a lot of dunderheads like that. Fools.
And but what we do,
who have no political education, who have no knowledge of the realities of geopolitics.
but I see a time, we don't want to discourage them not to come forward, because we know sometimes.
No, I discourage totally ignorance and stupidity without apology.
Well, like I said, but some people don't know what them don't know. If you don't know something, then you're going to have to go ask. Unless there's an intention, like it's, unless there's
no, the reason why I'm saying that,
yeah,
I am, as a political activist, I am well aware that you have some troublemakers
right, okay,
come with these kind of arguments.
Yes,
Remember,
yes.
Kush, I am a political activist of many, many years.
Yes.
I am a veteran.
Yes.
I see things way where they are coming from because of my political experience.
No, man, I will respect that and we honor that, give time, because that's why we give thanks for the accessibility to the elders them who have the experience, the wisdom and the knowledge. And, so like I said, for those who are here, it's,
You see, I'm aware of these false propaganda.
Yes, it's like...
So it's one thing when someone is just ignorant.
Yeah, okay.
When one pretends to be ignorant, but what they are actually doing is trying to sow negative propaganda warfare.
Yes,
I am aware of these miscreants, these scoops.
Yes. Most honorables, yes, because it exists from that time until now. So,
and who the cats fit, let them wear it.
Very true indeed, my brother, because nobody name no get called, you see me I say, but it's the other. Give thanks for it every time. And this is why we give thanks for the things of Marco Messiah Garvey, because again, and give with the insight, the vision, because Garvey organization go through every element of tests, whether it's sabotage, etc.
Precisely.
You see me I say, King?
Precisely.
So we really give thanks. And even talking on that, even when we tied all that history in to today, is there like a Marcus Garvey scholarship, for instance, Brother Mandingo, like tenderable at any universities that you know?
Years ago in Jamaica, at the what is called the common entrance level, from primary school to secondary school, there used to be some, if my memory serves me right, Marcus Garvey scholarship. But I don't, but not at a university level.
Okay. Yes.
But there was one,
in
if
Jamaica.
my memory serves me right, in the 60s, yes, in Jamaica, that they had some Marcus Garvey scholarship. I'll have to check in my records, but I'm almost positive, where that is concerned.
And so in the UK, there's nothing equivalent to that going on?
Well, I don't use that term UK, as I said. Britain,
yeah, that's why.
In Britain.
In Britain, yes.
In Britain. No, there's no scholarship per se,
Okay.
You see, the thing about it is that it is for us as Africans to create these scholarships.
Yes.
You see, that is the thing, because it is such scholarships that we need to counteract the effects of racist scholarships like the Rhodes Scholarships by Cecil Rhodes, whose scholarship was about the promotion of the English as the #1 European power and the #1 European people on the planet. If you read the literature about the Rhodes Scholarship, you will see that it wasn't just studying. It was about the indoctrination to say that the English were superior and that the English should rule the world and that others should follow. It was a program, a scholarship program designed to miseducate. And it is significant that all of the Africans who have been Rhodes Scholars, whether from the Caribbean or Africa, have never been Pan-Africanists. Because the very purpose of the Rhodes Scholarship is to fight against and to try to destroy Pan-Africanism and Pan-Africanism.
Serious something that. Yes, you're locked into www.sfdcradio.com. Comment your live.
And all people need to do is to read. Google and read.
All information is there on the Google.
Of the Cecil Rhodes Scholarship. Yes.
Cecil Rhodes Scholarship. Yeah, because we hear about that enough time, that particular
yes, all you have
scholarship.
to do is read and you'll see that what Mandingo.
Yeah, it's true.
What I am saying is totally and absolutely true.
Yeah, man, when it's a market.
I'm not speculating.
True, yeah, man. You know, bag full of questions, Brother Mandingo. Me see me have some questions that are coming here from the week before, so concerning the Black Star liner. In 1920, the Black Star liner, Marcus Garvey put ships on the waters so African people them could commerce with other. Firstly, did Marcus Garvey ever reach Africa?
I've told you that before, you know. So I'm telling you again.
Yeah,
no,
it's a question coming.
He did not reach Mother Africa because he was banned from going to Mother Africa by the European colonialists.
That was the
who
question.
Knew the effect that he would have being on the continent. But what he did was that he sent members of the organization there to Liberia, for example. And that was a project that W.E. Du Bois worked as an enemy agent for the American government to sabotage that project, whereby the equipment of the UNI and ACL, tractors and other mechanical machinery that were sent to Liberia. The president of Liberia at the time was a President King. That due to the traitorous activities of Du Bois and others, Du Bois was sent to Africa by the U.S. State Department to sabotage Marcus Garvey's Liberia project.
But is it true to say that before the ships were sabotaged, as we know, the ships nonetheless did make trips to the Caribbean and Africa? Is that a myth or fact? That's all.
No, the ships went from the U.S. to islands in the Caribbean.
Yes.
They were to go to Africa, but the sabotage thing prevented that. But they actually traveled from the U.S. to in the Caribbean.
Yeah, that's what.
And the purpose of the Black Star Line was to facilitate and promote trade between Africans worldwide. That was the purpose. The purpose was not to take Africans, all Africans outside in the diaspora, and to return them to Mother Africa. Because as I said previously, Marcus Garvey knew that some Africans outside in the diaspora are no good in the diaspora, and so they would be no good in Africa. So they should stay where they are. The purpose of the Black Star Line was to facilitate economic trade between Africans worldwide. And for those Africans who wanted to go to the mother continent to contribute physically on the mother continent, that we would have our own ships, the Black Star Line, to facilitate such voyages.
Give thanks and praise. And, for the benefit of some of our new listeners, just want to remind the folks that it's been at least 9 weeks or so, Brother Mandingo has been on SFDC Radio. So there's a lot of things is gone over. So I know some of the questions that people...
yes, I understand.
Yeah,
it's new to some people who are new on the scene. So when I say, I repeat again, I don't mean that in a derogatory way, but it's just for those who are new to know that this is ground that we have covered. But, put it this way, it's like I'm teaching maths.
Yes.
And I teach that 2 + 2 is equal to 4.
Mm-hmm.
But I will always be doing that because you always have a new student.
Give thanks.
So that's the analogy.
Give thanks. You know, and because of that, because within the analyzing and some of the reasoning, many people are doing their own research and even coming up with things like that. People are assuming that the Black Star Liner, actually failed in its objective. What is your view on that when people say that?
No, it didn't fail in its objective, despite the sabotage by paid, traitors and so on, and the enemy activities otherwise. It did not fail for this reason. It showed that we could put ships on the sea and make voyages and communicate with each other. So that is the reality, to show that it did not fail, because it showed that this is something that could be done and in fact was done. The fact that it didn't continue for a long time does not take away the fact that it was done, which is evidence that it was not impossible. And later on, when Kwame Nkrumah and others, with his convention People's Party, came to power in Ghana, he established for the national fleet for Ghana, merchant fleet, the Black Star Line. Ghana, under President Kwame Nkrumah, showing that the example that Marcus Garvey and the UNI and ACL set years before lived on. So that is not a failure, because Kwame Nkrumah continued that tradition.
Yes.
And we here, in this time, can and must continue the tradition, because Marcus Garvey has shown us that it can be done. Kwame Nkrumah showed, in following Marcus Garvey, that it can be done. And so we have no excuse in this time to say that we cannot have our equivalent Black Star Line in this time.
Serious.
So it has not failed.
Give thanks and praises. Word sound. Yes, Brother Mandingo, original every time. Another question briefly again. A question has come up. Has Brother Mandingo visited Africa?
The thing about visiting Africa is that I am not into divulging any and everything with respect to my movement. And it's as simple as that.
Yes. Give thanks and praises for that. Yep, that one that don't speak for itself. What is Mandingo's view on repatriation? Because some people believe that repatriation is about waiting for the colonial governments to repatriate them to Africa.
No, that's not repatriation, because to depend on your enemy to repatriate you is nonsense. That is not to say if your enemy provides some facility for you to go to Africa, that you don't take it. Of course, you'll take it. But you don't depend on your enemy to transport you to the motherland. And many Africans have gone to the motherland on their own steam. And let me say this. Marcus Garvey never went to Africa, for example. But he did more than any other individual for the improvement of Africa and Africans. The point is, it's not where you go, it is what you do that counts. Because in Africa, you have people who are born and bred in Africa, never left, and they are the biggest traitors. You have people who are born and bred in the Caribbean, and they are the biggest traitors. You have people who are born and bred in the US, in Brazil, and they are the biggest traitors. By the same token, you have people who are born and bred in Africa, and they are the greatest Pan-Africanists. You have people who are born and bred in the Caribbean who are the greatest Pan-Africanists. And by the same token, people born and bred in Brazil, in the US, in Canada, who are the greatest Pan-Africanists. The point is, it's not where you go, it's not where you live, it is what you do that counts.
Give thanks and praises.
Because a traitor is a traitor, no matter where a traitor is.
And a thief is
and
a
a
thief.
Pan-Africanist is a Pan-Africanist, no matter where a Pan-Africanist is.
And that's a serious thing, you know, because even with Garvey maintaining we love the Pan-Africanist concept and etc. You know, and one thing we notice when we're looking on that vibration from that time to now, because we seem to have, even as African people, and I notice that even when we try and come together, one thing that seems to divide us a lot of times is sometimes the different religious aspects. How did Marcus Garvey keep his movement from having a religion at the top?
Because from the very outset, UNIA and ACL was deliberately not a religious organization, because Marcus Garvey saw where one of the things that has divided our people is the use of religion. In fact, the only religion that Marcus Garvey recognized was the religion that said Africa for the Africans, those at home and abroad, and African independence. That's the religion that we deal with. No other religion. So any so-called religion that does not advance the cause of African independence and unity is an enemy to what we stand for. It's as simple as that. So as Malcolm X, who was also a Garveyite, just like his parents said, when we come together as Africans. If you have religions, you keep them in your closet. When we come together as Africans, because we're not catching hell because we are Baptist, Muslim, Methodist, or whatever. We're catching hell because of our African race. So the race comes first. Because let us remember that religion, spiritualities did not create man and woman. It is man and woman who created religions and spiritualities. I repeat.
Yes, please do.
It is not religions and spiritualities that created man and woman. It is man and woman who created religions and spiritualities. So all religions and spiritualities must be subordinate to the interests of man and woman.
Serious something. Word Sound Power. We're lucky into www.sfdcradio.com. Yes, study Garvey, the teachings of Garvey. Yes, going on also by the views of our right honorable. Yes, Brother Mandingo. You know, Brother Mandingo, you know, with all the various maxims and statements of Marcus Messiah Garvey, I want to just quote one. As you touched upon that vibe there, so quote Marcus Garvey. So many of us find excuses to get out of the African race, because we are led to believe that the race.
To do what?
So many of us find excuses to get out of the African race, because.
Well, this was something that Marcus Garvey knew about. You know, this was why the organization was totally African, and in the organization, you could not be a leader in the organization and have a non-African as a partner, because it's about African racial unity and interest. Remember, in Marcus Garvey's time, just like now, some Africans were so miseducated, so full of self-hatred, that their solution for African people was to breed out the African race by intermarrying with other races, so that in a few generations we would not exist as African people. That was how they saw our problem was to be solved, by destroying the race. Miscegenation, which of course Marcus Garvey, like myself, was totally against. So for those Africans who believe in destroying the African race by intermarrying with other races, let them go ahead. But we, as Africans who are proud of our African race, will not allow such people to destroy our fight for African survival and African progress. Because it is for each individual to do what they want to do. But we will not let such individuals destroy the integrity and the physical presence of the African race on planet Earth. And I say this without apology, just as Marcus Garvey said.
So you have enough Africans naturally in different kind of relationships, different. So what about those? How you respond to those who say, "Well, Mama Africa is the cradle of civilization every day, anyway, so everything is everything."
No.
Oh, you respond to that?
No. I respond to that. Is that kind of con argument is not going to work. That is an argument which is used to try to give non-Africans a loophole to try to come in and occupy our African motherland. That is not going to work. China is for the Chinese, India is for the Indians, Europe is for the Europeans, Africa is for Africans. We will not allow non-Africans to come and occupy and colonize and subjugate our continent under the so-called guise, spurious guise of Africa being the cradle of humanity. It is not going to work.
Interesting. Yes.
And this is why Marcus Garvey said, Africa for the Africans, those at home and those abroad. So those of you who think that we are going to allow you to come in and occupy and subjugate and conquer our continent under the guise that Africa, our motherland, belongs to everyone, you make a sad mistake. It is not going to work. Get that straight.
Yeah, because people
Next question, because we waste no time on such rubbish.
Yes. And like we say, we are moving because I'm more on top of the plate now. I've got a whole heap of questions here following this African, about the African reparations and repatriation march. I know some of them are not going to be able to answer this evening because obviously other representatives are not on the air. I don't know which ones.
Hold on. You see, just before you say that, don't forget what you're going to say. You see, in terms of this puppeting tomorrow and thing.
Oh, yes,
when I say to some Africans who have been miseducated, who don't know about the fact that it was European World War I and European World War II, and that European World War II was merely a continuation of European World War I, which was not sort of. When I say to them, what about having a war memorial for our African ancestors, millions who were enslaved, raped, murdered, etc.? These same ones who are so much for wearing puppies and supporting financially and otherwise, they don't want to hear about their African ancestors. So they are only concerned about what has happened to Europeans. So to them, only the lives of Europeans are important.
So tomorrow,
the life of their African ancestors are not important.
So isn't tomorrow's unveiling to do with the African ancestors, Brother Mandingo? Tomorrow at Brixton?
No. It is to do with those ancestors who fought for European imperialism.
Right, okay, yes.
Who had colonized our people.
Okay.
Get that straight.
Yes.
Remember that at the same time that this war was going on, that Africans were fighting in Africa and in the Caribbean for our own freedom.
Liberation, yes.
Take, for example, even outside of that, in the war from 1939 to 1945, the Indians who were fighting for the independence of India from the British, the British had to beg the Indians and say, listen, please help us to defeat the Germans. And then we will back off and come out of India.
Yeah, yes, seriously.
This is what happened.
Yeah, they have to make a deal. They have to deal.
Precisely.
Yeah.
Because the Indians were saying, why should we fight for you against the attack of Hitler and other Germans?
A true man.
When you are in our country, India, subjugating and colonizing us. You're talking about you're fighting for freedom against Hitler and for justice. And there is no justice and freedom for our people from you in our own country. And it is the same thing for the rest of the world in Africa. But I just give you India as another example. You understand what I'm saying?
No, very true, man, because like I said, the whole of Africa was under colonialism. Obviously, probably part from Ethiopia. You know what I mean? But yes. Yeah. And as we know, fighting somebody else's war when we're not fighting, we won't liberate you.
I'm not fighting your own war. So this is why when I said to them, what about putting money and having war memorial for our ancestors who fought against the British and the French for our freedom?
Right, yes.
They say no, they don't want it. They don't want to hear about that. So it shows you their slave mentality.
Yeah, that's going to touch a nerve. More than a nerve. Yeah.
More than a nerve, precisely.
Yes.
So you get the picture fully of what I'm saying.
Yes, King.
So they are merely supporting those who colonize our people. You notice Norman Manley of Jamaica, who was an enemy of Marcus Garvey, and who referred to the African flag that Marcus Garvey came with, the red, black, and green, as a dirty piece of rag. Yes, Norman Manley,
True.
the father of Michael Manley, referred to, and who prosecuted Marcus Garvey in the British colonial courts in Jamaica. Also, don't forget that.
Very true.
He and his brother Roy came and fought for the British in that European War of 1914 to 1918, you know. And his brother Roy died. Shrapnel. He died. Norman survived. But what did Marcus Garvey do? If he was for the British, he would have been in the British Army just like Norman Manley. He was not. He was busy organizing our people. So this is why that agent who you said was asking some question about Marcus Garvey and George. It shows you the deceit and hypocrisy. Because if Marcus Garvey was like that, he would have volunteered and would have been in the British Army just like Norman Manley. But what he did was that he took advantage of the fact that Europeans were fighting Europeans because he knew that all of them were fighting and colonizing us. So it was in his interest for them to fight each other to give us time for us to be free.
Yeah, man, because even their history has elements of that also where, you know what I mean, them find a common cause. The way they take over the Caribbean and Africa, you find out Europeans will look on a common cause, and like if it's the French and
all the time.
Yes. And then when them start out them common cause, then go back and fight with them one another like the English and the French. Yes,
they have their family wars.
Yes, true, brother Mandingo. A true king. But I tell you, upon the time, man, 10 minutes past the hour of 11 o'clock, the night, the king of time, the time, run out, pan me fast. And Mr. Mix, if I can find one more question out of all them questions you ask, brother Mandingo, because, but I tell you, it's still alright, concerned about this, alright. A lot of the questions that we did have, like we say, folks, and some of the birthday was actually naturally concerning the outcome of the reparations and the repatriation march. And I think Brother Mandingo did also say upon Wednesday. I don't know if there's been any other update. I've been trying to liaise with the Rastafari movement UK as well as the other to try and get some update as to so we can give the people some.
Well, let me say this. Up until now, that meeting that was held at Queen Mary University by Mylan in East London, where I publicly said, where is the reply that you people on the platform got with respect to the petition that we Africans handed in? Remember, it was not a Rasta march, it was an African reparations march. The petition was handed in, our petition. They got a reply. That's Rastafari Movement UK.
Okay.
not for them as a reply. It is for us as Africans who took part in the march. And those Africans who did not take part in the march, because not everyone could be there. So this is not something for any particular organization. This is a reply because the march was only possible because Africans of varying religious beliefs participated in the march because it's an African reparations march.
Yes.
It was not a Nation of Islam march. It was not a Rastafari march. It was an African reparations march. So the reply, and we're still waiting on it, must be delivered to us, the African people, who made the African reparations march, because I can tell you this for nothing. If when Prophet Jabi or Bobo Shanti had asked me to help with my journalistic links and connections to promote the march and to be involved with the committee plannings of the march, which I did, going all over the place. If he had said that it was just a Rasta march, I would not have been involved. I was involved because he said it's an African reparations march, because he knows that I am an African.
Yes.
And that Marcus Garvey was dealing with reparations long time. Long before Haile Selassie. In fact, before coronation, long before Rastafari, that is pre-coronation name, came on the scene. And before Marcus Garvey, you had people like Martin Delaney, Blyden and others who were dealing with reparations, and even before them, the very first Africans who were taken out of Mother Africa and carried to Arabia, carried to India, carried to China, enslaved, carried to the Caribbean and other places later in the Western Hemisphere. Those Africans of centuries ago were also fighting for reparations because they wanted to return to their motherland from which they were kidnapped and taken. So the question of reparations is not a Rasta business. It's an African business.
Very true.
From centuries ago. And I am saying this because people must get this education, because there has been some miseducation. That reparations repatriation
it's a Rasta thing.
It's a Rasta concept. It's a total lie.
True. No,
and I have just given evidence of why I say what I'm saying.
No, it's definitely anybody who...
Not for I personally.
No, me no brother Mandingo. No, me no brother Mandingo, because like myself, as a young person myself growing up, when in the diaspora, when I was growing up, I used to think reparation and repatriation, I used to think it was a Rasta thing. So me over when you have to block that sound, so it's only when me grow up now, I find and research myself, me realize it's an African thing. You see what I say? So no, and many people do have a misconception and a preperception of, I don't want to do that, all that reparation thing, all that repatriation, that's a Rasta thing. No, it is not a Rasta thing. It's the same thing like Kwanzaa. Many people think that Kwanzaa is a Rasta thing. Kwanzaa is not a Rasta thing, it's an African thing. So what you hear brother Mandingo I say, true.
Yes, totally true. Totally true.
So
you see, I don't believe in the lies and the misinformation and the miseducation. That is not going to work with me. And this is why you have some liars who don't like when I speak, because I expose their lies.
You see, the whole object, like you say, is today, and to defend the truth and the integrity of Africa where we are dealing with. So, because in
the 1960s, for example, as I have said before, Marcus Garvey Jr., the son of Marcus Garvey, myself and others, when we founded our political party in Jamaica in the 1960s, the African Nationalist Union, we continued with the fight for reparations and repatriation.
Repatriation, yes.
Because it's African. It's not a Rasta thing. It's an African thing.
No, definitely. So this is why we're saying again, where religion and person.
I'm here to educate. I'm not here to tell lies and to confuse and miseducate my people.
No, definitely someone that is honorable, Brother Mandingo, and that is what that's why we want access to the elders them who means what they say and can say what they mean from their own view, from their own experience, and deal with the facts as them know it. Yes, no rhetoric, because these are some serious days we're living in here, and we're not there for rhetoric or to massage anybody's ego. Yes, this program here, the Nubian Beat, not there to massage nobody's ego. It's there for deal with the truth, it's there for deal with education, information, stimulation, so that we can emancipate ourselves from mental slavery.
True. Because, for example, you have some people who have the misconception that to be a Rasta means to smoke ganja and to say Jah Rastafari and to wear locks. That is not being a Rasta. A Rasta is an African who says that Haile Selassie is the creator. They are entitled to their belief. I am not a Rasta because I do not hold Haile Selassie as the creator. But a Rasta is an African, not a non-African. A Rasta, first of all, to be a Rasta, you have to be an African. No non-African is a Rasta. A Rasta is an African, whether male or female, who says that Haile Selassie is the Almighty Creator.
Well, all I can say that me's a Rasta man, and I don't say that.
See?
I don't say that. I believe I believe that aspect is an interpretation. When as a Rasta I say Haile Selassie is the King of Kings, the Lords of Lords, the conqueror in the tribe of Judah, the King of Ethiopia. Me deal with the history and the facts.
In terms of that, I know. In terms of what you are saying.
Yeah,
here.
But I understand what you are saying same time, Brother Mandingo, because I know enough man advocates say Haile Selassie, His Majesty the King of Kings, never come tell anybody say him is God Almighty.
But I know that, and you know that.
It's the same like Marcus Garvey. You have some people say no, Marcus Garvey a prophet, Marcus Garvey is a king. If Marcus Garvey was here today and you asked him if he is a prophet or him is a king, what would I say?
Listen. Marcus Garvey at no time referred to himself and wanted to refer to himself as any king. At no time. That is categorical. As a matter of fact, in terms of that, Marcus Garvey was a Republican. Republican in that he wasn't into this king thing. In terms of history and so on, he would talk about great kings and queens and that type of thing. But in his time, you notice what you said? He's a president general.
Yes.
Not king.
Yes.
That's a fact.
Yes.
It's in our constitution.
So what about prophet?
ACL.
What about the word prophet, Brother Mandingo?
In terms of the prophet, Marcus Garvey never said that he was a prophet. But what happened is this. He said a lot of things that proved to come true. And this is why you have a lot of people say that he was a prophet because he said things.
Is that an interpretation? Are we looking at interpretations?
Yes. In terms of like take for example, like Marcus Garvey would have said that one day Spanish Town and Kingston would become one.
Yes.
Well, with the establishment of Portmore in St. Catherine as a large in-housing residential scheme of its type in the Caribbean, it is that type of thing whereby the connection between Kingston and Spanish Town being one in terms of that urban connection.
Yeah, because even things like that, I want to know if that was foreseeable, because say enough Rastas will say, well, Marcus Garvey said, look to Africa for where a king will be crowned. Was that naturally foreseeable, or was that him being a prophet?
No, but what Marcus Garvey actually said was that he quoted from Psalm about look to Ethiopia, and Ethiopia meant the continent, not the state or the country now called Ethiopia. Ethiopia is another word. You see, this is where miseducation is something else, ignorance. Ethiopia meant the continent of Africa.
Yes, Jah.
Not the country. Remember, what is now called Ethiopia was formerly known as Abyssinia, a country in Eastern Africa, Northeast. See?
True.
So, Marcus Marcus Garvey was quoting, anybody can read Psalms.
Psalms, yes.
It's on Psalms, he was quoting a psalm that princes and so shall come from out of
Ethiopia,
Egypt and Egypt, etc., that type of thing.
Ethiopia.
So he was just using that from Psalms for Africans who had been miseducated in the whole Christian religion thing.
Yes.
So he was using a connection for them to say, see, that even in that book that they use on your people, them talk about Ethiopia and Egypt. So that was the analogy. But at no time Marcus Garvey was saying anything about Haile Selassie, Rastafari thing. He never did. That is Leonard Howell.
Okay,
who
yes.
is called, quote unquote, the first Rasta man who came with that. Remember that he was originally a Garveyite,
Yes.
And then he changed when he started to say Selassie is Christ's return. This is what I'm telling you now in terms of being God, the Almighty Creator. That is coming from Leonard Howell.
Yes.
And that was why Marcus Garvey had strong words with him and said, don't come with that type of nonsense, about any man being God and that type of thing. Leonard Howell.
Yes. And again, like I said, because that now we because.
And remember, when I talk about Howell, I talk from a position of knowledge because I am from Spanish Town, the first capital of Jamaica, Spanish capital of Jamaica, which still exists. And Pinnacle is just a stone's throw from Spanish Town. Pinnacle is somewhere that I know personally. So you see, I have no time for anyone who don't know Pinnacle. I know Pinnacle personally. I know people from that area of St. Catherine Pinnacle personally. I don't hear about Pinnacle. I don't hear about people who come from that area. I know them because that is that area that I am from personally. So I don't waste time with some nincompoops talking about Pinnacle until the Pinnacle and know nothing about that area, which is my area, where the Mandingo, where I am from, in St. Catherine.
You're hearing it right here, folks. Word Sound
and
Power.
I also know original Rastas who used to live at Pinnacle from I was a youth, who I used to converse with. So I have no time for any idiot or any ignoramus trying to come and tell I Mandingo anything about Pinnacle and about Rasta. Because I was born and bred in Jamaica. And part of being born and bred in Jamaica is that I grew up in the fields of what is Rasta and what Rasta is not.
Yeah, man, that's true, brethren.
I'm not asking any guy or any girl nothing about that.
Yes. You're hearing it right here, folks. www.sfdcradio.com. The word, the sound, the power, brother Mandingo, we elder them. These are serious times we're living in now. So we really have to have elders them who are afraid for talk, who say what they mean, and they mean what they say.
Fear anyone. I don't fear anyone. I grew as a soldier. My father grew me as a soldier. My father is a soldier. His brothers and sisters are soldier. My mother is a soldier. Her brother and sisters are soldier. I don't deal with fear. If a person wants peace, they get peace. If they want war, they get war. Simple.
You know, brother Mandingo, no time I run up on me, and we are definitely looking forward to hoping that brother Job Bones or somebody can liaise with me in the week so we can talk about more, because I got a whole lot of questions concerning, like I said, what's happening with the reparations mark, and whether there was an itinerary, whether there was leaflets, whether there were clear instructions. Some people said they were going towards Parliament Square, some were going towards Downing Street. You know,
no. Well, in the end, that worked out in that the petition was handed in.
Yes.
People marched. Remember, I was there. You know, I was part of the march.
So was it a success, brother Mandingo? Was it a success?
Yes, I said that. It was a success in terms of the thousands of people who turned out, and the petition was given in, and the police did not have any opportunity to say that the marchers did anything criminal, because they would have wanted that. This is why their news media didn't report on it, because we did nothing which was wrong. It was discipline and we were there in our thousands. But what I'm saying, in the aftermath, what is wrong and which must be rectified is that the reply that was received by certain individuals must be made public to us as Africans, because the reply belongs not just to certain individuals, but to all of us as Africans. It's as simple as that.
But that's it, yeah.
Now, some efforts are being made because I stated at that meeting by Mylan on that Thursday night that I am demanding that. And other people supported my demand for that, because it's a correct and just demand.
Yeah, yes.
And I will keep you, my brother, and our listeners posted where this is concerned, because this is something that I'm not going to stop dealing with, you know. Because we have to get that reply, because it's our reply.
Accountability and transparency.
Have no fear where that is concerned.
Thank you.
I'm not going to stop where that is concerned, because it is our reply. And I am not going to stop until we get our reply.
No, give thanks and praise, because we on SFDC, so oftentimes when people talk to me and ask me questions, sometimes I can feel a little weird when I don't have no response. All I can say, well, and I'm assuming there's a report to be compiled. You know, today I heard that there is a report compiled, you know what I mean? But, you know, we give thanks, Brother Mandingo, that you can keep in tune, because, like I said, people have signed petition, people want to know what do they do next to give their support, because we want to show this is a serious thing and not a joke thing.
Yes, and remember, you know, that SFDCradio.com was one of the main radio stations that promoted the march, because I used the phone you on SFDC radio station promoting the march.
True, Brother Mandingo, very true.
This is a fact.
For many weeks.
SFDCradio.com is one of the main radio stations in the world that promoted the African Reparations March of the 1st of August 2014, which started in Brixton, went straight to Westminster, and returned to Brixton. So SFDCradio.com and everyone associated with SFDCradio.com have the total and absolute right to all questions and all answers concerning the African Reparations March. And this is not something that we are begging. This is something that we are demanding, and that which we must have.
Yeah,
simple. I just want to read two announcements before I go, my brother.
Please do.
Tomorrow night, not tomorrow night, but Wednesday night, November 12th, Bonnie Striker Lee, one of Jamaica's greatest record producers, my father's friend and my friend, will be having his 73rd birthday party and 47th anniversary in Jamaican music, because he started as a producer in 1967. So when he said 47, that was when he started as a producer in the era of rocksteady, not reggae. Reggae came in 1968.
Yes.
He started a year before. But even before that, Bonnie Striker Lee, the legendary Jamaican producer from Greenwich Farm, St. Andrew, Jamaica, was a dance promoter who used to keep dances and promote records on radio stations in Jamaica, JBC and RJR and many other things. So he has been in the music business almost his entire life. And so there's something called Grooving with the Legend on Wednesday. This Wednesday, the 12th of November 2014, from 7 o'clock to midnight. And there's going to be performances by the living legend himself, Owen Gray.
Whoa, yes,
Barry Biggs.
Yes.
Dave Barker of Dave and Answer Collins fame.
Yes,
Double Barrel.
Big up.
And others who will be performing. And also Barry, one of the members of Desmond Decker and the Aces. He will be performing also. And this is at the Jazz Cafe in Camden Town.
Okay,
Nearest tube station is the Jazz is Camden Town tube station.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Tough.
And admission is only £12.
All right.
It's from 7 to midnight. And there's a phone number for the Jazz Cafe. It's 0844-84-72514. That's 0844-84-72514. So make that a date with Bonnie Lee, who will be there, and Owen Gray performing, Barry Biggs performing, Dave Barker performing, and others.
Veterans.
Okay, Barry something.
Whoa.
Yes, definitely. And also, my next announcement is that
King.
the Friends of the Heart Foundation of Jamaica
Okay.
will be having their 34th anniversary celebration. It's a black tie fundraising buffet and dance affair. You know, they raise money for sending medical equipment.
That's what I thought. Hospital and medical equipment. Yes.
You see, in Jamaica, most people, if you don't have money, you die. You know, I was just speaking to a brother today in Spanish Town, and his missus, who is my good friend, is in Spanish Town Hospital. And he said he has to be paying 10,000 Jamaican dollars for her to get an injection.
Whoa.
Because the hospital does not have injection.
Yeah.
Can you imagine? So if you don't have money in Jamaica, you die. This is the situation.
I started to be and how it can be and Britain is still the head.
Precisely.
And Britain is still the head, and Jamaica is still at the Commonwealth.
Precisely.
So who is common and who have the wealth? Where the wealth there?
Thank you. And then you have a Governor General who does not represent the people of Jamaica, but represent the British ruler. This is the kind of situation. So they will be having the Friends of the Heart Foundation of Jamaica Limited will be having a fundraising dinner and dance. Tickets are £60, you know, and so on, because they're raising funds.
Yes, definitely.
And it's gonna be Saturday, the 29th of November.
Okay, one for the diary.
And it's gonna be from 6:30 to 1 a.m. at Wandsworth Town Hall in Wandsworth. So that's Saturday from 6:30 to 1 a.m. the 29th of November 2014 at Wandsworth Town Hall in Wandsworth, Southwest London. And let me just give one number as a connection point.
By all means, yes.
Yes. People can go on the website, which is www.friendsheartfoundation.jamaica.org, or they can phone 02 08 664 9498. That's 02 08 664 9498. Okay? That's a number that they can phone. And they can phone one other number, 0208 883 6303. That's 0208 883 6303. And as I said, we have to do what we have to do for our brothers and sisters in West Africa, where Ebola is concerned. We have to get rid of the scourge of Ebola. And some more disturbing news has come up, whereby Boko Haram continues in northern Nigeria to kidnap and rape our African sisters because they are fanatical Muslims who want to impose Islam on our people in Nigeria and the rest of Africa. And we cannot stand for this. Let us remember that Ethiopia, formerly known as Abyssinia, for centuries was attacked by Arab Muslims
Yes.
who wanted to Islamize and conquer Ethiopia. Let us remember that.
A true man. Brother Silver Fox, one coming, stick up here, right? That's a please, Brother Mandingo.
Yes.
Bless up, man.
Blessings,
Blessings, man.
my brother
Yes.
Silver Fox.
It's a comment from Zen Joseph in St. Kitts. She said, maximum respect to Mandingo for the stance he takes on not fearing anyone. It shows the ancestral blood in his veins and the name he lives by.
Thanks very, very much for that beloved one in St. Kitts for saying that. Because as Marcus Garvey said in Philosophy and Opinions, we must not allow ourselves to be possessed by fear. Because if we are fearful, we will be enslaved. We will be destroyed.
And maybe this is the reason why Marcus Garvey also said leadership means what? Pain, blood, and death.
Everything. Everything.
Honorable Mandingo, may I tell you, man. Closing comments, please, Brother Mandingo, to our listening audience.
My closing comments is that African people, be sorry for yourself before you are sorry for other people. Mourn and honor your dead tomorrow who fought against the European colonialists from Britain, Germany, France, Spain, Holland, etc. Have memorials for those of our African ancestors, men and women and children who fought for our African independence. And do not have time to be shedding tears for people who enslaved and kept our people in colonial bondage and don't press our people. Do not be miseducated into supporting people who have been our enemies, but support your own African freedom fighters like Marcus Garvey, Queen Nzinga, Queen Mother Santewa, Dessalines, Toussaint Louverture, Queen Mother Nana of Jamaica, and all the Africans worldwide through the centuries. Let us have war memorials and Holocaust memorials for them. Let us honor our own and do not disrespect our own by honoring those of our enemies, of our ancestors and ourselves. Honor our own. Marcus Garvey Jr. in 1992 decreed in 1992 that every 12th of August must be commemorated as African Holocaust Day by Africans all over the world. The 12th of August, because it was on the 12th of August that racist enslaver Christopher Columbus from Genoa, Italy, led a Spanish invasion to the Caribbean, where they landed on an island known as Guenani that he misnamed San Salvador. The 12th of October. So that is our date, not tomorrow. Our date is the 12th of October of every year. We, as Marcus Garvey said, we must be mindful of our own business. One God, one aim, one destiny. And remember, Marcus Garvey said that we must have confidence in ourselves. Because with confidence, we will have won even before we have started. And that we in this generation must work and do as much as we can for the emancipation of the race, so that the total emancipation of our race, mentally, spiritually, militarily, physically, economically, shall be complete in as short a time as possible if we do the most in our time, in this time.
Honorable Brother
Amen Ra, the Almighty Creator, who guides and protects us always. And remember that the word Amen is the Commission, so-called Egyptian word that the Hebrews and the Christians copied, and it simply means the acknowledgement of the invisible and constant presence of the Almighty Creator, Ra, Oloron, Mawolisa, Moari, Choko, and the many other African names that we have for the Almighty Creator. Onyami. Amen.
Let's make an
Honorable Brother Little Mandingo, man, tell you, man. It's a pleasure, historical moment. Give thanks, Brother Mandingo, memorable moment, invaluable attribution to the show, ancestral guidance. We look forward to talking to you according to the grace that next Monday, if it's to be, yes, but still blessed, still honor, yes, I will give thanks every time.
Brother Kush.
Aye.
Let me just say this as a final.
Maybe I can pull up the studio. Yes.
Let me just touch it quickly. My father, when I said to him, why didn't you go and volunteer with my Uncle Frank, his brother?
Yes.
Who volunteered and fought in the RAF against Hitler?
Yes.
I said to my father, why you never join your brother Uncle Frank? My father looked at me and said, son, you're mad. Me not fighting on a white man war. Let them kill them one another.
Let's make an effort to watch black self-worth.
Brother Leader Mandingo.
I'll leave you with that.
Yes, King Man. You battlefield warrior, Garvey Ike. Ancestral guidance, blessed love.
You and I, self-reliance is the only way. Come make we study Garvey, come make we study Garvey. Know your history, brother, we destiny.
Study Garvey. Honorable Brother Mandingo.
Know the prophecy.
He says it wasn't the first war, it was the European first war. The Europeans them were fighting amongst them other, and obviously the Africans them get involved in something that never concerned them. You may agree with what you was listening, you may disagree. You remember the views that you were hearing were the views of the Honorable Brother Mandingo, not necessarily the views of SFDC station.
Dance for your freedom. If you're willing to be free from slavery, come follow them your teaching.
Greetings go out to LPOJ with the old tight, all the massive them from SFDC, the whole of the family.
History, our destiny.
Study Garvey, and you'll see what it's all about.
Know your history.
Know your history, know your destiny.
So while they teach about Columbus, they don't teach Mosiah Garvey in school. A propaganda them spreading. I wonder who them think them a fool. Black man, I know something is wrong.
16 minutes before the hour of midnight.
Been down for very long.
What a thing.
No for liberty, in strength and unity. Cause such is the teachings of old Mosiah Garvey. Study Garvey, come make we study Garvey.
World Sound Power, Brother Mandingo. Studying Garvey.
Study Garvey.
SFDC Radio.com, we bring it to you originally from Luton Town. Beaming out to the world every Monday. Garvey's teachings for some of today's problems.
Turn now wire.
First law to nature, self-preservation. They don't know it says strictly about self-preservation. People have different views, different opinions. Platform there. And I and I that people can express our history without any apology.
Know your history, our destiny. Study Garvey, come make we study Garvey. Know your history, brother, our destiny. Now some fighting against Marcus, and his teachings they won't accept. But if we're thinking conscious, this great leader we will respect. Cause we know Garvey our role model. He set a bright example. So get up ye mighty grace and accomplish something great. Far above the skies, lift up your faith. Me say study Garvey, come make we study Garvey. Know your history, brother, your destiny. Study Garvey, come make we study Garvey. This is prophecy, come make we study Garvey, come make we study Garvey. Teach your picking about the history.
Thank you, brother Mandingo. Next Monday you catch him right there, so.
I am the roots of the grass. Yes, I am the grassroots. I am the roots of the grass. Yes, I am the grassroots. Show down your arms and come. Yes, my brethren, use your discretion. I'm not boasting. Yes, my brethren, use your discretion. I'm not boasting. I am the roots of the grass. Yes, I am the grassroots. I am the roots of the grass. Yes, I am the grassroots. One of them come, they couldn't live it out. Two of them come, they couldn't live it out. Oh, Jah is my driver. Oh, Jah is my driver. I am the roots of the grass. Yes, I am the grassroots. I am the roots of the grass. Yes, I am the grassroots. Yes, I'm gonna shout it out. Yes, I'm gonna tell it. I never think I get left out of anything. I never think I get left out of anything. I am the roots of the grass. Yes, I am the grassroots. I am the roots of the grass. Yes, I am.
You're given many chances.
Go down the African road, where my roots and culture come from. Go down the African road, where my roots and culture come from. I am the roots of the grass. Yes, I am the grassroots. I am the roots of the grass. Yes, I am the grassroots.
Shine it for all to see. Still there's so many people in Babylon hypocrisy. Nothing stronger than a lion. What's weaker than a pagan? Say, nothing stronger than a lion. What's weaker than a pagan? Of a fireman, can't you see? The system is a fraud. Can't you see, my brothers? It's killing we. As brothers before us tried, now make we try to victory. For it's the will of Jah. All of us must be free.
The men first kiddos, send kids. Been trying to link them up on Sky, seem as if it's not gonna happen tonight, yeah, so not to worry.
Children must live as one oak tree.
Track title, The Light.
For it's the will of Jah. All of us must be free.
Martinez Becos, the man I tell about it and represented for Circle Genesis, you know the biz. Real general musical wisdom and I tell about it, the Nubian Beat Show. Just the right flow on SFDCradio.com. The man I tell about it, man. Ding ding dong ding dong. And Martinez Becos,
what's weaker than a pagan? Situation a rough fireman. The system is a fraud, can't you see? It's killing me. Shine shining for all to see. Still there's so many people in Babylon hypocrisy. Nothing stronger than a lion, what's weaker than a pagan? Say, nothing stronger than a lion, what's weaker than a pagan? As brothers before us struggle, no make we try.
Track taken from the Memphis Kiddos, Send Kids. We'll I try and link up with them via Skype, become like it not happen tonight, yeah. Nonetheless, we're going to endeavor, maybe the next couple of weeks ago, we'll see where we can line up. Track title, light, nice composition, nice production, nice arrangement. Coming out to Send Kids,
can't you see?
West Indies.
Oh, it's killing me, the system is a fraud.
No matter if you're dreadlock, no matter if you're ballin', we're the same one. No matter if you're Chinaman, no matter if you're Syrian, we're the same one. Jaja love everyone. In a this foundation. Jaja love everyone. In a this foundation. Oh yeah. Every day I hear the words of the Rastaman. Love keeps on saying that I'm gonna catch up one day. Don't you stand here and fight against progress. When you know we've got to win and a bet.
Original Barry Brown. Special request to all those who remember them veteran, yeah. Yeah, the same one. Remember them a style of the way, no there.
No matter if you're dreadlock, no matter if you're ballin', we're the same one. Oh, wait. Lead us.
Barry Brown, step in firebar for next 5-7 minutes or so. Remember them a style of though.
Oh, yeah.
Step up.
Remember in Egypt we were in bondage. Pharaoh and his people would not let us go, Lord. Oh no. Just send his son to free black people. Oh yeah. Free them out of bondage. Jah lead us. Lead us to the promised land. Oh yes, Jah lead us to righteousness. Jah lead us to our own land. Oh yeah, Jah lead us to righteousness. Like we done in Angola, fighting with Jah by our side.
Barry Brown.
Equal rights, that's what we must get, Lord. I'm telling you, that's what we all been fighting for. Jah lead us to the promised land. Oh yeah. Not the roots man will let. Oh yeah. Not the roots control them. Not the roots man will let. Not the roots control them. Oh yeah. Not the roots man will let. Not the roots control them.
Not the roots man, Barry Brown.
Let's sing a joyful song and the Jaja and enter into its gate with praise. Oh yeah, with praise, my brethren, with praise, my ID. If Jaja is around us, who can be against us?
Fantastic Silver Fox. One of my favorite singers, I know. I just know me, I know that. Same of an uncle who used to want to sing like and sound like Barry Brown. Yeah, man, Luton Town. Bungster Town with Barry Brown for a long time. Not the roots, man, hold them for true.
Fittest of the fittest. The fittest of the fittest. The fittest of the fittest. If you are wicked man, you cannot enter the kingdom of Zion. Oh no. If you are evil woman, you cannot enter the promised land of Ethiopia. Oh no. Better call out to Jaja. I and I, Father. Sila. Amla. Oh yeah. Just say not one of his children shall go down in the walls of Jericho. Let Jah arise and let his enemies be scattered away. So if you are wicked man, you cannot enter the kingdom of Zion. Oh no. If you are evil woman, you cannot enter the promised land of Ethiopia.
I go so. We at the time now. But look here. Oh, yeah. 2 minutes to go, 3 minutes to go.
Father.
Barry Brown on a warm, we are warm.
Sila.
Hold on.
Oh, yeah.
Once a big up to Brother Mandingo. Invaluable contribution. Thank you, going on to Charles Bailey earlier on. Thank you, going on to the Nubian Jack.
Yes.
Nubian B. SFDCRadio.com. Fittest of the fittest.
Oh, good and no pleasant it is for I and I to dwell together. Oh, yeah.
24/7, run up and down cyber world. Do see what's going on. 24/7, I just say with the SFDCRadio.com. Boom!
If you are wicked man, you cannot enter the kingdom of Zion.
My name is Russell Kush Genesis. I'm out of you until such time and until according to the grace of our Lord and our Empress. Stay blessed, ancestral guidance, peace, love, and harmony. Boom. Gone.
Right now, I and I, Father.
Don't know if I'm ever coming. One more after this, some more Barry Brown in the near future. Because we know we are doing special tributes. Remember to the Wednesday show there. Yes, remember to such time and again. My gun, Empress, this one are full. Mama Africa, smiling West Coast of Africa. Remember says sweet memories. All the massive them in a Lamington. Remember say we soon see the item. Yes. Special dedication. When this one you play my Empress. Empress then Africa with there. A Gambia with there. They don't know it's gonna be able to love, blessed love, my God, peace. Rastafari.
Alright.
Don't trouble the Rasta. Don't hurt the Rasta. For you don't know that Rasta man not trouble no one. Don't trouble the Rasta. You don't know that Rasta man not trouble no one. The only free man you got is a Rasta man. Regardless of my Africa or West Indian. The only free man you got is a Rasta man. Regardless of my Africa or West Indian. Don't trouble the Rasta. Don't hurt the Rasta. For you don't know that Rasta man not trouble no one. Don't trouble the Rasta. Don't hurt the Rasta. For you don't know that Rasta man not trouble no one. The only free man you got is a Rasta man. Regardless of my European, I will come from England. The only free man you got is a Rasta man. Regardless of my European, I will come from England. Don't trouble the Rasta. Don't
Rasta man not trouble no one. Don't trouble the Rasta. Don't hurt the Rasta. For you don't know that Rasta man not trouble no one. The only free man you got is a Rasta man. Regardless him American or Canadian. The only free man you got is a Rasta man. Regardless him American or Canadian. Don't trouble the Rasta. Don't hurt the Rasta. For you don't know that Rasta man not trouble no one. Don't trouble the Rasta. Don't hurt the Rasta. For you don't know that Rasta man not trouble no one. The only free man you got is a Rasta man.
SFDC Radio. Mash up the world. SFDC Radio.com.